It's a Monday morning, November 7th, 2022. Good morning, everybody. Good evening, good afternoon, good day to all of you, wherever you are. Welcome. Good to be here with you. Good to have you here. I've missed you guys. I hope you guys had a great weekend. Now it's time to catch up and get the week started together as we do. Talk about some things, and I got a co-host today, Ms. Lisa Bevens with Crimes Under Investigation. And I think we're going to do a little Q&A today, everybody. That's where you ask me the questions and we give you the answers. And if you want, I can ask you some questions too. We'll see how it goes. Welcome. Grab your coffee. Come on in. Have a seat. Get comfortable. Let's do this. What's up, everyone? How we doing today? Good to see you all. Lord, that's driving me insane. Maybe I should just do it this way. Let me see what we got here. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you. How are you guys doing today? Hope you guys had a great weekend. All right, guys. Sorry about all that. Good morning. Of course not, stranger. On the mic. Good to see you. Good golly, Miss Molly. Good morning. Good Monday for you. Good to see ya. Yeah, welcome to the Dago's Disco. Daisy Dead's in the house. Holly Anomaly, good to see ya. Miss Lisa Bevens with Crimes Under Investigation. Come on up. Let's get this started. Danny Ray, it's good to see you. It's been a while. The link is in the chat, Miss Lisa. Come on up. Lance, the Wolf Nation, welcome, brother. Good to have you here as always. Izzy Rose, good morning. Good to see you. On the mic, like I said, welcome, brother. Sorry to hear that. Be safe down there, my friend. Be safe. Be thinking about you, sending prayers that way for sure, my brother, for sure. Come on in, everybody. Have a seat. See, let me start, guys. Daisy Dead Faith, good morning. Welcome. Good to see you guys. Okay, Stranger Than Fiction. There's Miss Lisa. Come on in. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, for me, it's morning. Well, it's actually afternoon now. It's noon here. Good afternoon to you. Or what is it, morning?
Afternoon to you, and it is 3:23 a.m. here.
Yeah, okay, I didn't look at the clock.
Tuesday morning.
That's right. So weird. Lisa's in the future. Back to the future. All right, guys. I'm trying to get different things rolling. Okay. Anybody else that I may have missed? It looks like we got people jumping in pretty quick. David James, my brother. Good to see you. Welcome. It is Mr. James must be working unless you got some days off, but it is 12:20 a.m. where he's at in Australia.
At Perth. Hey, David.
I think that is, other than the lurkers. And as always, I appreciate all of you lurkers and people in chat. Thank you so much. If you didn't hit the like button on the way in, Please make sure you hit it on the way out if you enjoyed everything today, guys. I'm so grateful that you're here. So grateful to see you all, as always. I missed you guys. Shamo Mubi is in the house. Thank you so much for being here. Miss Gladys DePizzo. I used to work when I was a kid. I've been looking at that name every time I see you come in here, Gladys, and it's weird. I worked for a little store when I was young. I was 17 going on 18, I think it was, in the town I grew up in, which is where I did that story about the Charlotte Nagy Polis that went missing, Girard, Ohio, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a little store. It was called DePizzo's Deli or something like that, or I think so. Anyway, every time I see your name, it reminds me of that, and it just throws me into retro memories. It's crazy. Wow. So either way, welcome, 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 Mr. Pizzo, and everybody else. It's great to see you here. It's great to start my week with you. Oh, I'm from you. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Are you related to a Michael DePizzo?
There you go.
This is crazy. Of all people, you'd think. Like I said, that name is. I mean, we know it's Italian, beautiful Italian name, as is I am. But and from Youngstown, my family. That's amazing. That has to be the same family then. Do they own like convenience stores or delis? Michael DePizzo, Mike. He would have passed away, but that was my boss. Michael was
He was
killed.
killed.
Was
Oh
it now?
no.
What he would have been an older gentleman. Back when I was 18, he was probably in his 50s. They used to. Oh my God. Is it the same one I'm talking about? They had a little store on, if you're from Youngstown, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. Um, Probably. There was a road in Girard called Churchill Road, Churchill Avenue. And they had a little store right off of Churchill right there. And that's where I worked. I worked the guy, the pizza. Okay. But yeah, there was a little store there. Right on Churchill Road or Avenue, whatever you call it, in Girard, and I worked at the in the store for him. Oh my God, that is so weird.
Small world.
Wow, it's almost like, well, I already said we're all family here, but you're definitely part of my family now. That's crazy. Well, welcome, Miss Gladys. I love that. That's awesome. That's very weird. Like of all places to, you know what I mean? Oh, right. I know it's crazy. Small world, very small. Absolutely, Miss Gladys.
Sure is.
Youngstown, the heart of it all. Tell you what, you guys, Youngstown is a scary place now, but has been for a long time. But it is a beautiful place at the same time. It really is. It's the larger city around where I'm at. Yes, I did know Sam too. Sammy DePizzo. Yes, ma'am. Wow, this is crazy. Crazy. By the way, I'm so great to have you here, Miss Lisa. Thank you so much for joining me once again.
You're very welcome. Thank you for
Always,
having me.
always a treat. Yes, that's right. Youngstown, the mob city. Your husband's uncle. Okay. What was your husband's name, Gladys? Was it Guy? That's funny. That's gonna make me tell you guys a little story now that she said what she just said there.
Thank you, Lance.
I was told a story. I'll get into it. One, Carl. Okay. Got Guy, Mike. Well, Mike and Mikey, Sammy. So yeah, I know a lot of them. Wow, this is weird. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it a few more minutes. I'm gonna tell you guys just a little story about Youngstown and my name and my biological father. It is a very pretty name. I've always liked the name Gladys. It has a very classy ring to it, regardless of,
Mm.
you know. you could put that name on an elephant, and that elephant would have class to me because of the name.
Yep,
Not to say that you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Come on in, everybody. Let's get this day started. Get your coffee. It's an old family name. It is. No lies. Like names like my name, Joseph and Gladys and Stanley and the older names. You know what I mean? That they
Yep.
don't use those names anymore.
Nope. Unfortunately.
It is. Come on in, everybody. Oh yes, yeah. Come on, come on, come on. No need, no need. That's my mother's name is Ruth, another old family name. Come on in, everyone. I told you guys you don't have to knock or ring the doorbell. Just come on in. I said come in. Stop doing that. You're aggravating me.
Daisy, my father's name was Frederick, actually.
Yes, Frederick. Another older
Mm.
family name.
And my mother's name was Lorna Jean.
What did you say?
My mother's name was Lorna Jean.
That's pretty. I
Uh,
like that.
only I always knew her as Jean until I was 16, and then I found out her first name was actually Lorna Jean.
See, that's funny because my grandmother, um, that's another story. My mother had an idea I'm going to talk to you guys about and get your opinion on it again. I think I brought it up once before, but I'm actually taking it kind of seriously a little bit more, and I want to do it. And oh, wait a minute. Did you just say I know all about Joey Naples? I'm going to tell you the story in a minute, Gladys. You may know who I'm talking about. This is very weird to me, but anyway, um, my mother actually took care of Joey Naples in the hospital after one of their incidents may have happened. If you know what I'm talking about, Gladys. Um, you got my mind all over the place now. This is kind of cool. Oh my God, Holly, if I did a mob show, you have no idea what I have going on over here. I'm telling you. But my grandmother, so that I don't forget what I was saying, her name was Annie Irene, okay, first a middle name, and always went by Irene for whatever reason. She went by her middle name. They were from way up in the hills in Virginia. And that's the basis of a story I'm going to tell you guys one of these days of a case that I've actually been looking at that involves my great grandfather, her father, who was the sheriff of Gate City, Virginia at one point and was murdered. And it was said to be that because he was an alcoholic or a drunk. And yeah, in his funeral, in his casket, there was a large, like a contusion on his head, and they said it was from him falling off of a bunk that was at the jail, and it actually wasn't. There's a whole deeper, darker story to that. So, my mom had referenced and said maybe you should try doing something called story time every now and then, you know. And I will, Miss Cece, thank you. And I thought, well, that'd be a good idea as long as you guys are okay with it, and just tell different stories like that. And my mother said she would even be interested in jumping up and helping to tell the story and stuff like that. So I thought that would be
that
kind
would be great. That would be great.
right, right.
Did you check your DM?
I'm doing that right now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, welcome.
Here.
Hi, Bonnie. Welcome. Good to see you too, Smoothie. I
One
just saw
moment.
that. Sorry, love. No, you're right. how many tried the exercise of the whole mirror? Good God, my dog is snoring. I can hear him.
I can hear him too. That's cute.
Lay down. Not snoring, growling at the rabbits out the front garden. Good Lord.
All right. Well, we got some people falling in place here. Let's see.
Thank you, Bonnie. Good to know, Smoothie.
Yes, always. As always, Miss Lisa, you do look lovely today.
Thank you.
Oh, I like that. Who sent me that?
So, how did you go with it, Smoothie? I'm glad it made you feel great afterwards. That's the whole idea of it. But did you find it hard?
Thank you so much, Miss Cece. I appreciate that very much. I
Daisy,
just,
that little dog's name's Abby, love.
I just saw
Sorry,
that, um, Molly. I love that. That's really kind of cool. It looks really good. That would be a good, maybe a good icon for this. I kind of like that a lot. Thank you. A whole lot. Come on in,
That
everybody.
is great.
Cool.
I'm glad you made it to 10. That is really great.
Anybody else come in?
Holly, that's great. I'm so excited.
Yes, everybody. Thank you, by the way, for those of you that are here that were there, for joining Lisa's live stream the other night with us in there. It was a great live stream, a great story, and it's a very interesting case. So I personally appreciate all you guys joining us and supporting her. Me personally, I'm sure, as does Lisa.
I certainly do. Thank you all for being there. And I have a brilliant update for that.
Awesome, Miss Bonnie. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you, everybody. We have another meatball in the sauce. Welcome, Miss Bonnie.
I'm doing circles instead of love hearts.
I really do like that, Molly. That's really cool. I'm sorry if I interrupted, Lisa. Go ahead.
No, you're right.
I'm sorry. I'm saying it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I know.
Just kidding. We both do it.
I could do it. Do what you did the other day. Quick way's gone. I'll just take over. Ha ha.
Yeah. We both tell each other not to say I'm sorry so much, but we both do it the same damn amount. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry, it was how I was brought up, and there I did it again.
Me too. It's just part of my speech. Welcome, dandelions and daisies. Good to see you. Meatball Bonnie. Yes. Full of meatballs, guys. Holly's got some really, really good ideas. We're working on some t-shirts. Let me ask you guys this. It was a joke brought up, but it might actually. My wife wants one. My son wants one. My other kids want one now. So me and Holly were on the phone the other day talking about, by the way, Miss Holly's going to be handling a lot of the merchandising, PR type stuff. Okay. Because she's very, very creative, and she is in here, isn't she? Where'd she go? There she is. Yes.
Yes, she is in here.
Anyway, she had some ideas and stuff. Okay, Miss Cece, I hope everything goes well. And how many of you guys, this sounds kind of crazy and irritating, or not irritating, but ridiculous in a way. But how many of you guys, if it was available, would buy a little plushy stuffed Dago doll like me? My wife was all over that. She's like, I want one. I want one. My son's like, I want one too. And it was like, I can't. I can't envision this, but I mean,
Things cross my mind.
it's
Yes,
like
that's where I was going,
right a voodoo.
Smoopy.
I could just see you guys like, I got you, Dago. Here you go, dink, dink, dink. I just think it's funny. It was a joke, a
Snoopy thinks
plushy
the same
Dago,
as me.
right? Yeah, it was a joke I brought up to Holly, and she's like, "That would be cool," and I'm like, "Oh no!" And that my wife heard me
Well,
like, "Yeah, you better make those. I want one. When you're not around, I can sleep with it." I'm like, "Give me a break." I could just see her cuddled up with this little tiny Dago.
there's another thought to that. Now think how many are going to sleep with the Dago.
Right. Everybody's
Leaving that
slept
alone
around.
now.
Everybody's sleeping with the Dago. That would be a hell of a joke. I swear to God.
But if you actually think about it, it is something nobody else has or thought of.
As a well, not in this platform. You're right. I think it would be kind of funny
Mhm.
actually, just to have a little me
I
sitting.
think it would be too.
Cece said I would buy a few. Give them to your grandkids. Give them to your dogs to chew up. Whatever, who it is, you know. Right. Smoothie said, "Hey, then we can all go to bed with Dago." There it is. I'll be the. I'll be the. You can call me Dag Ho. Then the Dag Ho of YouTube. We need a Dago and a Lisa. There you go. If I have a mate, I'm gonna have one mate of each of us. I'm swearing to you, I would. But I did come up with another idea that I really, as we were talking about merchandising, put it on the toy I slept with. Dago. Right? Yep. See, that's hilarious. I love that. Um, and we can put that on a T-shirt. But we were talking about T-shirts and stuff. So, what would you guys think? Because I like this a lot. This idea of just a T-shirt. Welcome, dandelions. Another meatball in the sauce. Good to have you. Come on in. Start soaking with the rest of us. Um,
Thank you,
anyway,
Dandelion.
yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much for that. A T-shirt idea is coming up because Holly had said, "Careful, someone might buy it and put." I've already. I'm sure that's going to
That
happen, guys. Regardless.
that would be me, guys.
Yes, yes. That way, anytime I screw up, it dang, there's another needle in a plushy bowl of meatballs and spaghetti. That would be cool. There you go. Dang ho,
Dang
buy
ho.
it. Yeah. So the T-shirt idea I had, I want to know your guys' opinion, because that's what
Hey,
matters.
Mama Bear.
Welcome, Mama Bear. Good to see you. Because Holly had mentioned something about Team Dago. Okay, I get that. Was then I said, so what if we did a T-shirt that had like almost it looks like a football or a football jersey that has like numbers on the front, okay, and then it'll say Team Dago, and then it would be like these colors, of course, these beautiful colors
Mm-hmm.
right here, and
Mm-hmm.
you can have your name put on the back of the top of it like a football jersey, and then it could say, like I said, what do you guys think of that? Good morning, Mr. Whistle. Good to see you. Um, just your guys' opinion. I'm curious because I kind of like that idea. Of course, I'm a football fan, so that would be why. But I mean, team shirts would
I
be
was
kind of.
going to say that you've got to be a football fan.
Oh yeah, I mean, and it's not now jersey wise. It's not going to be the actual jersey because those would be really expensive. Maybe not down the road, yes, but to
Mm,
start with, though, like a T-shirt that looks like a jersey. Do you know what I mean?
yes,
It has like the
I know what
numbers,
you mean.
and,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that kind of stuff. There are some lives that fit like a cozy pair of slippers, and for those, I'm so grateful and want to support. Well, if you're talking about us, we thank you so much, Dandelions. I appreciate that
Thank
very
you.
much. So,
Um, yeah, actually, I think that's not a bad idea. Do you get to choose the number you want on it, though?
that's what the whole thing is. Yes, everybody gets their own number, their own. We would have to take orders obviously for it when we do it, and then
Yeah.
each person would get a number. Except you guys can't have number one because I'm him, so I have to have that one shirt. So
No, I have to have 13.
okay, I'm claiming number one. So 01. Yeah. Yeah. It would be like that. 13. Like I said, we would take orders and write it down, and everybody would have their own number, and it would be as if we're a team. So, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Maybe I don't want number 1 because maybe I would take my old football number, which was number 68.
Get a Team Dago hoodie. Love a good hoodie.
That would be cool.
Mm.
Well, we could try the T-shirts and see how much.
Mm.
Well, it's all going to be based on cost and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And how many I would have ordered and all that if it would be worth it. Yes, merch. And of course, I'm going to have to make myself a coffee mug because I'm a coffee drinker and I love coffee mugs. And that's just all about that. So, but the shirts to start with and maybe the hats or something, I don't know.
If I'm going to do coffee mugs, my daughter's going to airbrush them for me.
There you go. That's a good idea. What'd you say, David?
Yeah,
what the hell is a budgie smuggler?
I know what you're talking about, David.
I know you know. I bet you know.
I know what you're talking about.
What the hell is a budgie smuggler?
Also known as DPs, right?
Okay, let's hear it.
I don't know what he's talking about. You
do know what he's talking about. I can see it in your face. David. I love this guy, but he's such a happy time. What is it?
You said it. You explain it, hon.
Come on, David. Spit it out.
I'm not explaining that one.
This guy is one of my best friends, so he can say whatever he wants to me, but he's going to tell me what the hell he's talking about. Budgie smugglers. Oh, okay. I have parakeets. Wait a minute. I have to make the logo. Since you have the Italian in my family. Okay. It's the postage. That's right. No, I get that one. Dandy Lions. David, don't run up. Don't be hiding out.
No, we're not talking about parakeets. We're talking about, you're going to put it down as Speedos, David.
A Speedo? Get the nope. No.
Also known as DPs, David. Right?
Speedo. Budgie smuggler.
Okay. They are, yes, Speedos, very tight Speedos.
I know what he's talking about.
But you know what he's talking about now? Also known here as DPs.
Mm-hmm.
If you think of where they are, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yep. I'm good. I don't care.
The P stands for pointer. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. You can guess the first bit.
I don't need to say a word. This is why I love him. That's why he's one of my best friends. His sense of humor is way. It's a lot like mine, but it's over here somewhere. And he comes out at just the right times and says these things. So whatever. Him and Dan
like
offer both.
The dead horse.
The horse head.
No, dead horse. David should know what I'm talking about.
Dead horse.
Sauce. Tomato sauce. The dead horse.
Right.
It's a Australian thing. The dog and bone used to be the phone.
Okay. Why is this doing this? Stop it. Stop it. Good Lord, I hate my phone. Okay, sorry, everybody. With a Dago face in the front. I mean...
Are we still talking about Speedos?
No. Oh my God.
Dear God, if you go to the beach here, all old men tend to wear Speedos.
Oh, there we go. You're talking about dead horses. You pissed him off now.
Don't let my horse hear that. It'll start neighing.
Uh-huh.
You'll start them all off.
So.
Yes, rhyming slang. Yes.
Here. Let me tell you this quick story real quick before we get into anything else. And today, guys, we're just catching up from the weekend. We're going to catch up with each other, this, that, and things that may have happened or whatever. And then I thought it would be nice to do a Q&A today with us, with all of us. We ask questions. We ask you questions.
Sorry.
Good day, afternoon, Miss Cat K. Well, great to see you. You only
Oh,
do
sorry.
Borat onesies. Oh, hell no, David.
No, read what Smoothie wrote.
Not me rhyming slang. Oh,
No, get
all
going,
tight.
John.
Keeps it all tight. Oh my God, Schmovie. You guys are great.
I was trying to keep it together until I saw that.
Welcome, girl from Neverland. Good to see you. You guys are a mess. I love you guys to death, but a mankini, hail. Oh my God. Dandelion said proof, David James, proof. They want proof. Please don't put that on my screen. I have no idea what this is. David James started this cat. You can blame him for it. I was talking about having little plushy Dago dolls for you guys to sleep with, and we get into Speedos and mankinis and all sorts of stuff. What's up,
Budgie
Straight?
smugglers.
Tucking and things. I don't need bungee smugglers, guys. I wear knee-high socks. I'll just leave it at that. Figure it out the rest of it for yourselves. As you get older, these things progress in life. You have to do certain things that it is my fault. It's always my fault.
True crime. I've lost it.
It's true crime and speedo time. Welcome to well, oh my God. Welcome to True Crime and Speedos with Lisa and Dago. Oh my God, what a mess. See, we made her go video down. She can't help it. Dago dolls and mankinis. Oh, for God's sake, Dandelion. Are you kidding me?
Worse.
It is. It's getting worse. And well, the doll will have knee socks too, Cat K. I'll make sure that that has knee socks too.
And mankinis.
It'll be a fully interactive doll. Is that okay? Will that work?
Whoa.
Yes. Welcome to the sauce, everybody. Oh my God. That's a good way to start the day off. Everybody needs a little laugh here and there. Thank you again, Mr. David James. I'm surprised Popper hasn't popped in and said something to go right along with it, because usually he has some kind of comment.
Oh my God.
Interesting. No, you got to breathe, Bonnie. Make sure you breathe. I don't want to have nobody going down on my stream. We don't want to have to police a doll for handy out. Oh, wow. No, Strike. We're not going into the blow up doll or nothing like that. We're not doing that.
Well, see, you opened the door when you said a fully interactive doll.
Yes, I know. I knew. If I show you, that would be a true crime. Oh, David. Good God. What are we doing here, guys? What are we doing? This is what happens when you end up in the sauce. Yeah. This is what happens. You guys are killing me. Oh, my God.
Completely bugged.
Candy outies, not candy outies. Oh, good Lord.
Oh, David.
Spicy meatballs. Depends on what you're looking at. We're sleuths. We've got our oh, here we go. You've already got your magnifying glasses out, right? Mm-hmm. See how that turned really fast? That just flipped right there, just like that. Good Lord. Wow, what a way to start a Monday, huh?
Thanks, David.
Yeah, all he did was one damn comment, and it turned into all of this. That's what I'm saying. This is why I love this guy. Be careful, because I'm sure if you're working, David, you're driving. I don't want you laughing and driving. It's like, especially at night over there. That's crazy. Just be careful. I'm sure you can handle it, but maybe I'll even make it so that you guys can choose the color of the knee-high socks on the doll if you want to.
Leave it alone.
Yeah, I'm gonna let that one go. Calm down, everybody. It's all good.
Oh, good Lord.
Like we got everybody here. Thank you all for jumping in. I don't see Miss Brandy or Heather, but that's okay.
Oh, I love the name, Evil Queen.
Oh,
Love
yes.
that name.
Oh, Morty missed out on that. See, typically, I'm surprised. Morticia would be the one that would be involved in a conversation like that. That's why she must have, her radar must have went off, and that's why she jumped in here. Good morning, Miss Morticia. Good to see you, my dear. Let me ask you, Morty, answer this question real quick. What would you think of a little stuffed plushy Dago doll? Would you want one? Morning, Squirrel. Good to see you. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Morning, Squirrel.
They call plush dolls stuffies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It would be a stuffy for sure.
He's driving the truck in his Speedo. You sound like my son-in-law.
Oh, David, no. You know that people are going to start asking for pictures, bro.
I know what goes on in them trucks, David. No fair income.
I can just picture this. Just driving a truck in a Speedo. Yeah.
I can drive trucks.
Oh, what a day. Morty didn't answer me. Oh, she said, yeah. Okay. See? I guess it is a good idea. We were talking about merchandising, Morticia, and some ideas that Holly had come up with and I had come up with. And I was just curious to see how many people would actually, of course, my wife and my kids want one. And I was just curious to see how many people would be interested in a little Dago doll. I thought that would be funny. All right, Miss Heather, no problem, hon. She's on her way. I didn't set the alarm on for her.
Daisy knows. She was married to a truck driver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would want one, and I would want it to smell like a pizza. It'd be interesting if you could make scented things like that. Probably could. It'd be weird, but what a Dago. That's right, Mike. Is it a dog toy? Oh God. See? There it is. We could put a squeaker in it. It would squeak when you squeeze it.
Oh,
or
good
burp.
Lord.
One of the two, whatever you want it to do. But yeah, you can give it to your dog. Somebody had said something about a little plushy toy. Plus, like for merchandising, Squirrel T-shirt. The idea that I had was T-shirts. That because Holly had mentioned Team Dago, and I said, well, what would you guys think T-shirt wise? For those of you that just jumped in, of a T-shirt that looked like a football jersey, just a T-shirt, and everybody could pick their number to have printed on it. It would say Team Dago, and it would be, of course, in these colors here. Oh wait,
Where you giggle, Dago?
Yeah, with the camera on, right? These colors here, of course, these beautiful colors. Yes, you do, Kat. It's my wife's clock. So yeah, that would be the colors of the shirt, and then it would have your name on the back like a football jersey would. I thought that would be a pretty cool idea if we were going to do something like that. But I just kind of wanted everybody's input. Yeah, my wife's clock. I'm going to have to show you this thing one day. This clock is actually really cool. It was a gift to her probably about five years ago. She loved it. And here's what happens, guys. It's weird. The clock picks up the time of the month, what time of year it is, what time of the month it is, and it starts playing. These music is programmed into it, and it plays the songs that are for that time of year. If there's like a holiday coming or whatever, so yeah, it's playing Christmas music. It's a little early for me, but whatever. Too old for toys would go to Goodwill where nobody would understand it. Yes, see, They're not for everybody. Absolutely. I thought it was kind of silly, but the T-shirt, absolutely. I'd love to get the T-shirts. And then, like I said, everybody can pick their numbers and so on and so forth. Of course, Holly was talking about getting T-shirts made that says "Jump in the sauce," stuff like that too. So, would work for me. Either way. I knew Morty was going to use that number. I knew she was going to use that number. A bobblehead Dago. That would be kind of interesting too. Maybe have it say something. I'm making myself dizzy. Hold on now. I'm too old for that. Well, we can only have one number 69. You guys can have whatever number you want. So yeah, we could do that. Did I get your mail about Marcos? When did you send it, Squirrel? I should check that too, since we're here. I didn't look at anything yesterday, guys. I spent most of the day with my family. So I kind of try to stay away from this stuff if I can. But I'm looking right now, my dear. And thank you once again for those of you that have been sending me stuff. I'm very much appreciated. Take your time, Daisy. We'll be here. Marcos Ortiz passed away. I'm sorry to hear that. Good Lord. Let me see. Squirrel, where are you at? I think this is it right here. From what? What happened?
ABC4 News is dealing with an unimaginable.
Hold on, guys. We can watch this together real quick. I know who he is, Squirrel. I've seen him a few different times, actually. In fact, yeah, I know who he is for sure. Here, let's check this out real quick. Thank you for the info, Squirrel, as always. Let me share it real quick. And I just shared it the wrong way, so give me a second, everybody. All right. Well, that's very sad. Right, that's how I know who he is, from Dylan's case. All right, let me know if you can hear it, guys.
Loss today. The loss of a beloved colleague, our senior crime and reporter Marcos Ortiz, died over the weekend. He was 68 years old. His journalism career spanned decades, and it took him all over the western United States. He was with our station for 18 years. Here's a look back at the man who was never afraid to pursue the truth.
Had it not been for Utah's law enforcement, Bundy may never have been caught.
Antonio Marcos Ortiz, better known as Marcos, a name synonymous with journalism. Hard-nosed, investigative journalism for decades.
For every crime, there's a story, and the truth matters. There's ABC4's Marcos Ortiz with tonight's Justice Files.
The Justice Files, Marcos's franchise, where he was dedicated to finding
We've lost sound.
Files, Marcos's franchise, where he was dedicated to finding answers, doing what he could to help families find closure in what often are cold cases that never get solved.
Stories remain to be told. Voices yearn to be heard. We investigate true crimes. The Justice Files. Damiana Castillo lived in these apartments back in 2008. For years, authorities targeted several young men as being responsible for the disappearance of Kiplin Davis.
But he loved his family even more. He was born in Lovell, Wyoming, and the youngest of 11 kids, born to immigrant parents. Who was by his side at the end of the day was what mattered most to him. That was his wife, Sandy, their daughter, Olivia, and their dog, Franklin.
They laid out the case that they failed to act upon the law.
Marcos's journalism career started as a teenager in the 80s in Blythe, California, working in radio. Then he came back to Wyoming, worked in newspaper, and eventually got his start in TV in Cheyenne. He waited years for his first TV gig to open up.
I look at that woman the first time she comes into Cheyenne, and I'm going like, oh, this is the woman who took my job?
That woman would be his future wife, Sandy, who had the job before him. They eventually both got jobs in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and by 1988, they married in Santa Fe. In 1995, they welcomed the birth of their only child, Olivia, who is now a lawyer in Chicago. Marcos loved his family, and he also loved his religion. He was a devout Catholic. His faith is what guided him through some of the most difficult crime stories he had to cover throughout his career.
And I'm a really firm believer in my Savior, Lord Jesus Christ, that can carry me through those time periods that appear to be rough for everyone else.
Anyone who knew Marcos knew he was dedicated in all aspects of life: his work, his religion, his fandom to the New York Yankees, and most importantly, his family. The loss is unimaginable. Marcos was 68 years old.
ABC4 News is...
It's sad.
Rest in peace, Marcos. And I believe that this man was working all the way up till the end. Still, I think he was still working, doing what he does, and he was really good. He really was. Squirrel has a comment up here that I truly believe. Thank you for that comment, Gladys. Absolutely. Where did it go, Squirrel? Where is it? Come on. Well, she said, I'd rather have you guys see it the way she typed it. Where'd it go? Hold on. Again, thank you for the email, Squirrel. 1 second, I went past it. That's sad. He was really, really good at what he did. The Justice Files were a very big thing to me. I used them a lot. I watched a lot of it. It helped me with a lot of what I do. I can't find the comment. Anyway, she said he was a very big voice for a lot of people, and he was. In a lot of different ways. He was very good at what he did. Very good at what he did.
What she said was he gave such a voice to people.
Thank you. Thank you.
I found it.
I don't know why I couldn't see it, but yes, thank you very much. Okay, Molly.
I found it on the other screen.
Okay. Hold on a minute, everyone. I'm sorry. Where did it go? Molly said she sent. Did you send it to my email, Molly, or did you send it directly to me?
Is that the same one Daisy was talking about by any chance?
I'm guessing about some Amber Alert. Yes.
Yeah, the 17-year-old with the. It's been Texas. 3 months or 2 months or whatever. And
why are we
just now saying something? She was 13.
Why are we just now hearing about it then? Thank you, Heather.
Yeah, 3 months.
That's crazy.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Where's the link at, Molly? Yeah, email? Okay, hold on. 1 second.
That's ridiculous.
Why are we just now hearing about it 3 months later?
Why do they keep making so many mistakes?
Your question.
A 13-year-old, for God's sakes.
Why would a 17-year-old take a 13-year-old? That's the other thing. That's a little weird.
Well.
I mean, it's all weird, but like that's different. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Molly. Maybe that'll work. Let me try this. I mean, is it gonna go away? No, that won't work. Okay, I can't find it, Molly.
Oh, I have. Do you want me to put it up?
Yeah, go ahead.
I clicked on her link, so
My email is just goofy right now. I have so much stuff. I told you the other day I got to clean it out. Go ahead.
no, that's all right.
Throw it in here and I'll throw it up and we'll check it out real quick. Thank you for that as well, Miss Molly. Welcome, April. Good to see you. Did they just turn in a missing person that has already been missing for 3 months unreported? Yeah, that's crazy. That's not the way things are supposed to go, guys. 3 months, like what the hell are you? There it is. I just now got it. That's why. Sorry, guys.
Oh, you got it?
I did, but it's not. It came to my messages through my phone. Go ahead, Lisa, if
Well,
you want.
here.
Okay, throw it in there.
Okay, got it.
Here we go. Let me bring it over here. Wait, can I do that? Maybe not. Wait a second, everybody. Yeah, you, okay. Sorry. I'm thinking out loud again. I don't like doing that.
That's all right.
Amber Alert. Can I?
Are you right for me to play it?
Hold on a second. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Issued for a 13-year-old San Antonio girl. You probably received this notification on your phone last night. Police say Joanna Luna was abducted by a 17-year-old named Richard Rodriguez in a U-Haul truck with an Arizona license plate. Luna was last seen on Springdale Drive in San Antonio wearing a dark gray t-shirt, black and pink Nike shorts and slides. So if you see them, know them, call 911.
That's all they gave us. They didn't give us the time or okay. Okay.
Wow, that's really informative, isn't it?
Yeah, really. What the hell kind of a did anybody catch her full name again?
I can
Kind of quick. Something Luna?
Joanna Luna.
Joanna Luna. Okay. Thank you.
It was taken by Richard Xavier.
Okay. Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
13 and 17. I don't know. That's weird.
She was last seen on August 20th.
Wow. Okay. That has been a minute.
That's ridiculous.
Yes, it is. Are the parents or whoever put the thing in, like Squirrel said, did they just now do that? If they did, that's great to see you as well, April. Let me see if anything comes up. Probably not here. Oh, well, I did find that. 5 hours, 12 hours, 5 hours, 14 hours. Wait, what? Wait a minute.
What do you found?
Not sure. You're going to look at it with me right away. Brand new.
Amber Alert was issued for the Joanna Luna, who was a 13-year-old girl. She was from San Antonio. What is the full news? We will tell you in detail. But first of all, I'm requesting you to please subscribe.
Welcome, Tasha.
Amber Alert issued for the Joanna Luna, who was missing from 2 months. She was last seen on 20th August. The police said that maybe she is died or in danger. The suspect is a 17-year-old boy, Richard, and they were seen last time in a car U-Haul AZ plates plate AE4438. So it was a news, and it is doubtful that why the Amber Alert was issued after 2 months of her missing report.
Right.
So please, what you say about this news, write in the comment section. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to my channel.
Okay, that's the only one I could find on it right there. Sorry about that, guys.
Did she say in that all died? Wow, that was blunt.
Yeah, well, some people don't.
Just a bit.
Yeah, in my opinion. I want to know why it took them 2 months to do this. That's my thing. It's like kind of a problem for me. This is ridiculous. Again, if this, I'm hoping this wasn't law enforcement that did this one. I'm hoping it was the people that screwed up, not law enforcement, because I can't imagine this going out this way.
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous if it is the law enforcement.
Beyond ridiculous. Okay, let's see. Texas Amber Alert issued for abducted San Antonio teen. This is 3 hours ago. Okay. She was reported missing in August.
Oh my God.
You're kidding me, right? She was reported missing in August, and now they're doing this?
Wow.
Are you kidding me?
No, law enforcement have a lot to answer to lately.
I'm appalled at this. I can't understand this.
Especially the fact that she's only 13.
Yeah. That's all it is. There's nothing more. So if she was reported missing in August, that means law enforcement dropped the ball on this. You're
Not
kidding.
only that, there's such minimal
coverage on it. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's minimal information too.
There she is. Last seen at the 11700 block of Springdale Drive, San Antonio, Texas at 2:51 a.m.
I was just going to say there's nothing about her clothing, but I just saw that additional information.
That's why I started pulling this up so we could see it. I would imagine that this could have been a boyfriend-girlfriend situation, maybe. And
I would say so.
Maybe she ran away. And it wasn't per se an abduction. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that still doesn't make it right. He's 17, so he would have coached her.
Well, absolutely. But why, again, are we just now hearing about this from law enforcement? Because if she was reported missing, it's updated now. The Amber Alert's updated. So was there another Amber Alert for this? Because I had never heard of this before, ever.
Well, that's what I'd like to know. But there's still minimal coverage on it.
Very, very minimal. There's nothing.
So if there was an Amber Alert before this one, there would be surely more coverage. You'd find more on it.
Yeah, so there was no other Amber Alert. I typed it in and took everything I could find real quick on it, and there's nothing. This is sad.
Wow. And I bet you that is the attitude the police took. She's a runaway.
Exactly. So it's not important.
But it is. She's still only 13. What are they thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know too. Molly, why do the alert now? If that's what they were thinking, what has changed their mind? Are they now scared she's going to turn up
deceased
or
like
something?
That's what I think there is after that. Well, that lady that was reporting on it said that police say that she may be deceased and or in danger. Well, duh.
Yeah, can you just go back up the top there so I can read that bit again?
This here?
I was just Yeah, hang on. I was just reading
I
a
can
bit.
blow it up.
No,
Here, look.
can you go down a little bit? Where was I reading it?
Keep going or stay up, or what do you want me to do?
No, go down. Please.
Mm-hmm.
I can't find what I was reading. Oh, that's so annoying.
It happens to me all the time. I don't see it.
Brown hair.
Oh, sorry.
She's 5'5" and weighs just 110 pounds. Police said she was last seen wearing dark grey. Yep. T-shirt. Possibly abducted. See, the fact that they put possibly in that tells me that they'll consider she was a runaway. That's why they've left it.
Yeah, right. But that's no excuse. I'm sorry. She's a child, and a 13-year-old child at that. Whether it was a possible, whether she went willingly or not, it should have been right now. Right now.
That's right.
Handled right now. This is what's wrong with these situations, you guys. This is why things like this happen and don't get handled, because of stuff like this. Are you still reading, Lisa? Or
no, you're right. You're right. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
I am outraged by law enforcement lately.
Yeah.
What are they thinking? If that was my daughter, by God, I wouldn't be leaving that the police station.
Right. No,
they put an Amber Alert out for my child that day. And you're probably right too, Holly. If she had blonde hair and blue eyes, they would have jumped on it.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's because she's Hispanic. It's not important. Just like what we all figured the case was with Jolissa Fuentes.
Yep.
You know, it's just this is ridiculous. Now, okay, is this freezing? Of course it is, because this is what my computer does to me.
Blatant arrogance at its best.
We watched this already. Okay. It is. It is. They have more important things to do, such as nothing.
Well, I hate to tell them, but if she is now deceased or something bad has happened to her, it's on their head.
Oh, absolutely. They have her blood on their hands for a fact, guys.
Oh, yep.
All right. I agree, Daisy. I really do. Excuse me, guys. I'll be right back. If you can handle it, Miss Lisa.
I can handle it. Certainly can. 2 secs, guys. Grab my drink. Okay. That's ridiculous. I'm amazed the family isn't outraged. Yeah, I know. Squirrel, I know. That is so true. So true and so sad. It shouldn't matter what they look like, who they are, anything like that. They're all still humans. They all still bleed the same. They all still hurt the same. They all deserve the same.
I agree. That drives me
Shouldn't
insane.
matter.
Now, we all know that if this child would have belonged to an official, a city official in San Antonio, or a state official or something like that, or a police officer or a doctor, or, you know, blonde hair, blue eye, any of that, boom, 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 it'd have been done that day. So
Yep. Did you see AWP? No, I unsubscribed to them. I now am no longer a member with them. And till they disassociate from Jared, I will have nothing to do with them. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
and I'm not taking it out on Doug and the rest of them. But until he no longer owns or has anything to do with AWP, I will not donate to them.
And I won't be covering any of that either.
And if he has any decency, he'll, which I doubt, being the arrogant, cocky man it is, he won't back down from that. He'll think he can stay silent in the background. That's why I reckon he was in the background for a while now and had a new CEO and 2 teams, and that's so he could stay home.
Right.
Goes against everything I believe to support somebody like that.
I won't be jumping on the bandwagon and covering anything to do with that. And I'm kind of in the same boat as Lisa.
I've got nothing to say. And yeah, I heard some of that.
I listen. Let me put this out real quick. I'm sorry, Lisa.
No, you're right.
I think that AWP does amazing things. Nick, Doug, when Sammy was there, and a couple other people. Okay, but I'm not going to be backing them until things. And I know for a fact that things have changed. That's all. I'm a member over there. I have, paid membership dues, blah, blah, blah. And you guys know I've full blown supported them and put them out there from my channel over and over and over and over again. And I cannot do that as of right now, only because, and again, this is not it's not Doug or Nick or anybody else's fault, but at the same time, from what has been said, they knew that this was a thing for a while. Okay, I have a problem with that, considering what they do and how they do it. If they come out and address the situation and they present the new CEO, whatever you call him, and say Jared is no longer connected 100%, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's different right there. That's when I will go back to what I was doing.
I'd still need proof of that.
That I said with proof. Until that happens.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Until that happens, then I have nothing. I'm broken. I've detached from it. Period. I won't talk about them. I won't talk about anything they do. I will not advertise them. I will not support them. Anything, because it's not. I don't want any connection to something like that because it's ignorant.
And that's right, Smoothy. That's who I stand for, the victims.
Right. And that's who we all.
And I will never waver from that. Never.
And we will not cover the case, and at least I won't. I mean, unless you guys really want me to, but I don't want to. I don't want anything to do with it. I'm completely staying away from that. I don't want nothing to do with it, so I won't be covering that.
And I agree with that because it hasn't gone to court.
Right.
And I would not want to do anything that would jeopardize her case in any way, shape, or form.
Exactly.
As for the interview that was done, I did see a little bit of it, but I was rather upset about it because I don't think they should be talking at this point. It's the same scenario as Donwell's sister.
Right. The only thing I wanted to do when I got the info was to give it to you guys to show you what was said between the two. Mm-hmm. And that was it. And that's all I'm going to do with it, guys, just so you know.
And that's all that needed to be said. It's all said in a nutshell there.
Yeah, I agree. There was a lady that talked about the protests at Quentin Simon's house. She said those peeps would never go in the hood, look for. That's absolutely probably.
That's right.
correct, Squirrel. That's sad, but it's true. They wouldn't. Can you imagine Molly over in the middle of Detroit somewhere doing that? No, she's not going to do that. No.
Not only that, it wouldn't be high profile enough for them.
Exactly. And if there's no money floating around, they don't want nothing to do with it. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I will too, Schmooby. I just to see how it turned, what the turnout or the end result is, and all that stuff like that. I do want to know that for future referencing. But besides that, yeah, no. Everyday shenanigans. I'll have to check that out. Thank you, Squirrel. So, let me get this story out. Well, actually, we don't even have to hear it. You guys probably wouldn't be interested anyway. It's just a personal thing. But like I said, we're just kind of catching up, guys, with everything that's happened over the weekend, at the end of last week. Of course, this was the big deal right now, but I'm just letting you guys know right up front that I'm not covering it. I won't do a show on it, nothing, because, again, that's not fair to the victims, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to push it. I'm not going to put it out there. I'm not going to give, any kind of think tanks on it or any kind of that crap. So,
Kat, to answer that question, love, if Jared had no connection at all to AWP, he wasn't just sitting in the background, because my issue is, one, they're not a non-for-profit organisation. And Jared is the sole owner of AWP.
Excuse me, folks. I'll be right with you.
No, you're right. So if they could prove that Jared had no ties to AWP and it was my loved one, sure, I don't have a problem with Doug or any of the others at this point. But if Jared was connected to it, and now that they know, I'm sorry I couldn't. I would find some other way of finding my loved one. It goes against everything I stand for. Yeah, the response at Debbie's son, it had me thinking too, I must admit. Molly go lightly in the hood. Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to see that. Thank you, Kat. And as far as the crucify, I don't crucify anybody for their opinions or their thoughts. I'm not one of them people. I respect people's opinions. I don't expect everybody to agree with me. Yeah, you're right, April. There is other groups out there that do what AWP do. I can read a sonar. I owned a boat for years. A lot of fishermen can read sonars. So the funny thing is, Jared was always good for jumping on a video or on Dr. Phil on the news and putting his face out there. And I kept saying to my daughter how funny it was that all of a sudden you weren't seeing him in the videos anymore, that Doug was doing most of the videoing and looking, searching and whatnot, that I couldn't understand that. And then he was looking for a second group. And I thought then something strange was going on. And now I know why. But I pray to God the rest of them didn't know, because I'm rather over this whole attitude of, oh, but he was only a kid then. Yeah, sorry, no excuse. No excuse. No, Kim, we don't have Cash App here in Victoria, love. I'm sorry. I only have a PayPal. Or in Australia, I should say. In Victoria. Yeah, chaos divers do what they do. There's actually quite a few of them. And now I wonder if they'll separate themselves from AWP too. I will always be victim strong. And I actually saw a few comments like that today that really got on my nerves about, oh, but he was only a kid. And hearing him actually saying it in them emails anyway. But then people hinting, oh, you know, if you do something wrong, you got to live with for the rest of your life. You know, he's in his 40s now. I don't care. He should have paid the price for it back then. He should have been man enough to go and get help, and he should have been mad enough to hand himself in. Not continue it.
Thank you, Smoothie. Very much.
Oh, thank you, Smoothie. Yeah. I can try for you.
If anybody wants to donate to Lisa that doesn't have PayPal, you're more than welcome to. I've done this already a couple of times, or at least once. You can donate it. You can send it to my Cash App, for instance, Cam, and then I'll just turn around and directly send it to her PayPal. Can you guys all see me and everything going on? And Lisa? Thank you for that as well, Miss Movie. I did have a story, if you guys are interested in hearing it still. All right, yeah, and do you have my Cash App, Kim, still? If you don't, we can put it up for you.
No, that's right.
You can't see, Strike? Can the rest of you guys see me, or is it just him?
I can see you. I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, no, I understand that, Kat. It's all good, love. I understood where you were coming from.
Okay. Could one of you guys put my Cash App in the... There it is, right there. Schmooby, thank you.
So before you start your story...
Actually, thank you, Brady. Real quick, the Discord thing. I'm not real familiar with that, but I've talked. Other people have asked me about that in the past. I mean, I could do whatever you guys need me to do or want me to do. But yeah, I just have to look into it and learn about it a little bit. No worries, Strike.
I'm with you, April. I pray you do the right thing too.
Me as well. And yeah, before I do any story, go ahead, Lisa, with what you were going to say.
Oh, really, Kelly? 23-year-old in Australia for a few. If you want to message me on Facebook or my email and give me his name and where he lives, I can see what I find out for you. I'll be happy to do that. Not a problem. The fact that your daughter's 17, by all means, I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Squirrel and Smoothie both. Yeah. Okay. I will definitely look into it then. If you guys are comfortable with it, and I'll see what I can figure out with it, and we'll go with that. I've never used it before. That's why I'm not sure about it. But yeah, I will definitely check it out, guys, and see if I can get it set up, and whatever I don't know about it, you guys can teach me. Sound like a plan?
I was in Discord once. Wasn't big on it.
Yeah, and I agreed with Dandelion there about I hope that nobody else does come out of the woodwork, only because that's just horrific if there's more than what there is already.
Oh, yeah, I can see a few coming out in it, actually.
That's what I worry about. But
she was 13. Yeah, love, if you want to email his name and the state he lives in, or the state and suburb if you can get it. If not, just the state, and I'll see what I can find out for you. Not a problem. Happy to do that for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, getting deported is not a... There's something behind that.
Oh, yep. Yep. Being that young and they deported him, I'm guessing they didn't let him in. There'd be good reason.
Mm-hmm.
He'd have to have a criminal record,
Mm-hmm.
I would say, which is concerning that as it.
And it's usually going to be something fairly serious, doesn't it?
Yes. Okay. I'll give you my email. This one.
I understand, Brandy. Like I said, we'll work it out, guys, and we'll figure out.
Use this email and send me his name, his age, whatever information you have on him, please, and I'll see what I can find out for you.
Is that a tattoo on your arm, Lisa? That you just had up? The arm you just had up?
This one?
Yeah, that's.
Yes, this is an angel that I drew for my nephew that passed by.
I like the music notes.
Word. Yeah, the music notes for him. The birds are for him. Oh,
that's pretty.
The birds are for him. This saying here.
Okay.
Hearts are not practical unless they're made unbreakable. Is for my daughter, also for my mum, my sister. And this one, oh look, this one here is for my mum.
I didn't know you had that many. Okay.
Man. Yep. I told you every one of them has a meaning.
Yeah, they all do.
This one here is my tree for my family, my kids, my mum, and that.
I've always liked the cherry blossom. I always thought those were pretty. I thought I knew you had that one, but I never saw the other ones.
Oh no, I've got a bird. Well, see, I'm looking. I've got a bird here, and I have a Marilyn Monroe black rose on my hip that I designed myself.
Okay. One moment, guys. I'm sorry.
The only one that I got bad is the one under my watch, which I did on my own when I was about 13. Thank you, Heather, for that. Thank you, Lance. All mine have meaning. Like I said, they're
Mine
all
do.
for
Mine
special
do.
people in my life.
Mine are
Yours do?
most of them have meaning. This one is hard. Yeah. Anyway, this one is I've been in multiple bands over the years, and
Oh, I like that.
it goes this way. It was designed. It was all done freehand, and the guy that designed it, he said, I went from heavy metal music, playing that kind of music for years, and I kind of went into a softer, more contemporary type bluesy rock per se as I got older. And that's supposed to be, it goes this way up my arm, like flying away from me. And it's angel wings on the guitar. And then it's coming from the dark, going out to the light, like going from a harder, heavier type thing into a easier, more, if you can see it.
Yeah, I really like that. That's lovely.
Thank you.
I love the work on that.
It needs touched up because I don't stay out of the sun. But yeah, it looks better. And then this one, good Lord, this is hard to turn. That one, you can't even read it anymore. It says respect, and it's just what it is, the word respect. This one was supposed to be, which is kind of a ignorant way to think, but good God, my tattoos are in places I can't bend.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
There we go. Okay, if you can see that, that is supposed to be the 4 horsemen. Underneath that right there was my ex-wife's name, and that was the 4 horsemen to come to take her away from me. You get it?
Yeah.
And then this was just a I had a anarchy sign on my hand here from years ago, and that was a cover-up of that is all it was.
Okay.
And then
I'll see. You go on.
The one I have over here, I did that myself. I have one on my leg I did. I'm not trying to bend my leg up there. So
yeah.
Now that I'm all stretched out.
If you remember the Gumnut children, I had that on this wrist, the Gumnut kids. Older people would remember who the Gumnut kids are. They might not. It might be just an Australian thing. So the children in Gumnuts.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
Yeah. Well, if you look it up on the internet, this represents my youngest daughter and me.
Okay.
She's got the same one tattooed on her. So my youngest daughter was Snuggle Pot, and my second youngest was Cuddle Pie, which are the Gumnut children. So, yeah, that's what that represents, my daughter and I.
Gotcha.
And I had one on my foot, and I think that's about it now. But it's taken me years. Like this one was the last one that I got, which was probably 2 years ago now. But, yep.
I love tattoos. I think that they're a great form of expression and the meaning that goes behind them. That is a fact.
Thank you, Heather. My daughter, my second youngest daughter, she's got tattoos everywhere. She loves them. The only thing I have an issue with her is that she's 26 now, and she jumped in and just got tattoo after tattoo. There wasn't much thought into them. So now she's starting to regret some of them. And I tried teaching her. This took me years to get mine. They weren't one after the other.
And they all have meaning. That's the difference.
Yes.
You know.
Yep.
My daughter's, a lot of hers have meaning, but she also did the same. She's covered literally like her neck. She's got a whole thing here now. She's got one here. She's got one here. Sorry. And she took the one that I had that was supposed to be the rest of this. It's a whole sleeve and it's all music because she's into music too. And she basically took my idea for it and has like the old school recording microphones and just different instruments and stuff here. And then, the only thing that makes me mad about it is I'm not mad that she took the idea and did, before I did it, but the fact that now she's talking about doing a blackout, which is a completely black sleeve on her arm. And I'm like, why would you, first of all, no, that's disgusting. It looks gross. And you're covering up this idea, which that's fine. If she does it, then I'll just go ahead and do it myself because I wasn't going to do it after she did it and have the same thing. I do need to get one more right here because all of my boys, except for the youngest one, have our last name written here, Mayoris. And mine's already drawn up. I just haven't had the money, the time, or the time mostly to do it. And it's going to be my last name, but it'll be written in Cadillac script, like the word Cadillac is written right here.
Yep.
So that's the only, and one of these days I'll get it if I'm not too old before I get it. So
you're never too old.
That's true. But
never too old.
What's up, Red? Good to see you. My daughter, that's what she does for a living now, is tattoos and piercings, and she has this thing done, which it looks horrible on her. I think she has her nose. She has these things. What is? I don't even know what these are called.
Yeah, I have one here, but I've taken the anti out of it
on each side. Yes, but she can't get the derm. What are they called? Dermal something where they're inside yeah, she can't get those because she's allergic to so much stuff. So
yep.
But yeah, I've always thought tattoos were amazing. I've always loved them.
Yeah, I was young when I got my bird, and women just didn't have tattoos back then when I got that done. So it was rather a fascinating experience when I walked in there to be tattooed, and all these fellas are standing there watching me, expecting me to scream. And I have a high level pain tolerance because of my jaw. So it's funny to sit there with fellas and watch them scream while I'm being tattooed and they're waiting for me to scream. It just doesn't work. In fact, I fell asleep while they did this one.
Yeah.
And the guy wanted to know if I was all right. It was fine. I just don't feel them like other people, I guess.
Right. Nothing wrong with that. My daughter's the same way. It's time for a haircut. I need another haircut, and I think I need to trim this just a little. So, it's hard when you sit and stare at yourself, and you see yourself on camera. You pick out all your faults,
Now, what? Wait, you can't do that.
Yeah, I know.
You're not allowed to do that.
I'm not saying it. I'm just saying I need a haircut and I need to trim this. That's all I'm saying. I wasn't saying I look bad. I know when I do it. So, but I know what you're saying.
Please don't. Thank you.
Absolutely. Are you still here, Miss Gladys? Oh, that was another thing I did back in the day when I first got involved in the bands and all the rock and roll scene or whatever you call it. I had my ears. Good Lord, you guys! You could have drugged me from down the road with a magnet. I have these still. I've always had these. Okay, but I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this side, and then I had this up here, and I had 5 on this side, and I had this thing done, and then I almost did this. I can't think of what this is called. I know the name of it, but I can't think of it. And they were right there getting ready to do it, and I'm like, no, wait. And he was like, what? And I was like, I can't. So I didn't do it. So, but yeah, I had a lot
I did that. See this? My ears were all like that. Hang on, I've got to get the right ear. This is from wearing hoops and fighting. Yeah. See this?
Oh yeah.
And having. Actually, I have to admit something. When I turned 18, I went out drinking with my sister and was sitting in the front seat of the car. And no, I didn't drive. My father was enough for that. So needless to say, I bent down to get my shoes off of the car floor and my earring got hooked on the indicator.
Ow.
And I sat up. I didn't even know it was ripped out until the next day when my sister kindly informed me that my earring and part of my ear was sitting on her indicator.
Oh, ouch. Well, when you're drinking, you're not going to feel that. I had one ripped out in a fight one time up here, and it ripped my ear out. Luckily, it healed right because I took care of it. But yeah. And then I took all of these out when I got involved in fire service and all that. And for whatever reason, they stayed. I still have the holes. If I wanted to put something through there, I could do it right now. I just keep these in just because I've had them in for so long. It's almost like they're part of my body now. So thank you, Miss Bonnie Bailey, with the first super chat of the day. Thank you so much for that. Much appreciated.
I do, Kim, very minimal. I'll do it for people that are in need of counselling, depending on what it's about.
There we go.
But I'm happy to help in any way. And speaking about that, just before you're going to tell us your story,
yes,
can I ask? Now, I know two of you did. Now that everybody's here, can I just ask how many did the exercise of standing in front of the mirror for me? I know Smoothie did, and I know Daisy did.
Tell the truth, everyone. My ex-wife had her tongue done. It drove me insane.
Yeah, I had mine done.
Well, she literally filed her teeth down to nothing with hers. It was crazy.
Good, Molly.
Good job, Miss Brandy. I did it. Wasn't a lot of fun.
It wasn't a lot of fun.
It's all right.
No,
Kat.
it's not, is it?
Miss Brandy had her daughter do it as well. That's all.
Kat, please keep trying, love. And I'm guessing it upset you. Or you'll get one or two feelings usually when you first do it. You either get really angry or you'll get really emotional and upset. So if you can keep trying for yourself, even you don't even have to get to 10 things. You can start off doing 5 things. Where even when you get up of a morning or when you're getting dressed, you're just not allowed to say anything bad about yourself at all.
That means you can't go and look in the mirror and go, oh my God, look at this. No, you can't do that.
No, you can't do that. Oh my God, I look dreadful in this.
Right.
And if you're like me, you'll stand there and go, put a dress on, and I'll go, oh my God, the flowers are distorted on this. I can't wear this. None of that. Not allowed to do that.
That always helps.
And like I said, it doesn't have to be about your body. There is more to us than a body. You can say things like, you have a great heart, which all of you do. You have great minds. Absolutely. You are very loving, very giving. But please try it. And if it's hard, keep pushing through it. You don't have to achieve it in a day, but keep trying it. The idea is, and you're right, it is affirmations, but the difference is you're saying it to yourself.
Right.
And when you say it to yourself, the difference in just saying an affirmation or reading an affirmation, if you are standing in front of a mirror and saying it to yourself, like I said, the one person you can't lie to is yourself, first of all. Second of all, the fastest person your mind will believe is yourself.
That's true too.
I could stand there and tell you all day you're all beautiful or loving or caring.
We never believe it when other people tell us that. Never.
That's right. But if you do it and it comes from yourself, you'll be surprised just how quick that goes into your mind, and you'll find eventually you'll look in the mirror and you will just say it naturally. You won't even notice the things that you don't like about yourself anymore.
This is true.
It's all about retraining your thought pattern.
And just like I said,
because sadly, society has pushed us that women and men should be one way or another. We shouldn't be overweight. We shouldn't be underweight. We should look great in any outfit. We shouldn't be too old. We should look beautiful all the time. We should whatever.
now some things, you guys, are just general okay, I just went brain dead for a minute. I love when that happens. What do you call it when you, oh, for God's sakes, general
That's right, Molly. That's why I said to do it, love, because most years have been where I have been. I have no doubt about that. And women and a lot of men now tend to be put down in their lives, whether it's by their husbands, by when they were going to school, whether it's by boyfriends. Somebody in their life has put you down. Even your own girlfriends are the worst for it. What drives me insane is teenagers, and I remember this when I was going to school. Teenagers, when you had friends, and I called my daughter out for this, they go to school and they'll meet up with their friends at their locker, and it's, how you going? Ho, excuse my language, ho, and all the rest of it. And I turned around and yelled at both of them and said, how dare you? How dare you make that acceptable for both of you to call each other that, and then expect some fella to come along and treat you any differently? If you two are calling each other that, what do you expect them to call you?
true.
So that whole mirror thing, all my kids have done it.
Mm-hmm.
I practice what I preach. I will not ask somebody to try something that I don't do myself or that I don't believe in. Both.
Mm-hmm.
Anything I'll ask you to do, I am doing, I have done, and I believe in it, and I know it works.
Absolutely. What's up, Mike Talk? Good to see you, bro.
Hi, Mike.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. I completely lost track of what I was going to say to you guys, so don't worry about that. I hate when that happens, but it does. What is it called when you brush your teeth and comb your hair and wash your hands and face and do all that other stuff?
Grooming?
No, I mean, that's a word for it, but that's a
hygiene.
Thank you. There we go. Good Lord. So what I was going to say is some of these things are just general hygiene things, guys, that we all do anyway. You know, and it is what it is. Hi, Linda. Good to see you. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Hi, Linda.
But yeah, I mean, personal hygiene is what I'm saying. Some of those things are just generalized things that, you know, it is what it is. But what she's saying is a whole other level above that. So, yeah.
But that's a good time to do it when you're standing there brushing your teeth.
Yeah.
And anytime you're in front of the mirror, just try it and keep trying it. Like I will say this, when I first did it, it took me, I would say, nearly over 3 weeks before I actually made one thing I liked about myself without bawling my eyes out and walking away. And I still do it now. Like I said, I will never ask somebody to do something that I personally do not do or have not done and have not experienced myself to make sure it does work.
Right. And I can see what you're saying, Kim. I see how people could say that to you too. And you know what, guys, listen, I said this the other day. I hate that society's like this. I really do. I told you I went through a phase where I used to be what I thought was an attractive man, blah, blah, blah. I was very ladies liked me. Okay. I was a very attractive guy. Anyway. And I went through a phase where I'm like, oh my God, I'm aging. This is going. I gained a little weight, this and that and everything else. You know, I gained a lot of weight actually, because when I hurt my back, it was hard to be as active as I was because I can't. You just can't. And thank you, Heather, once again. So I got down on myself, and the fact that I wasn't working or able to work anymore. Everybody tells me that, Linda. Everybody tells me that. My wife, everybody says it. So I had that and that working together against me. And I did not so much what you had said, Lisa, but at one point it's like, you know what? I'm still the same person in here. None of that. Well, actually, I'm a better person in here than what I was. And I had to take that and use that to bring myself out of that, which is what caused my depression. You know, and as I got older, you know, like I said, the little defects, for lack of better words, that were affecting me, like when I hit myself in the face with the damn hatchet like an idiot, left a scar. Oh God, there's another scar. And I have pockmark here. Is it here? From having chicken pox when I was 14 years old. And then I started getting these little things on my eyelids that I don't know where the hell this shit comes from. And it's like, it's part of aging, but it's what makes me who I am.
Right.
You know
That's
what
right.
I mean? It's what gives me the space that you guys see all the time. And
That's right.
I don't do it anymore because it doesn't do anything but make me compound the things that I have discerned for myself for already. And that's not the way I want to be towards you guys. So therefore I'm not going to be that way towards myself. You know what I mean? Or anybody for that matter. Before I even got on YouTube, anybody that comes around me, I don't want people to, if I can't preach to somebody, for lack of better terms, I can't preach to somebody or tell somebody to not feel down on themselves if I'm doing it to myself. It doesn't, you got to lead by example in a lot of ways. And that's one of the biggest things right there. So.
And you can't change what you have no control over anyway. Aging is part of life.
Right.
So while you're stressing about aging, you're still aging.
You
cannot stop it.
Right.
You have no control over it. Enjoy it.
Right.
And Molly, love, I know exactly where you are. And that concerns me a bit, that he still has that power over you, love, because that's what that is. He still has that power for you to hear his voice and his put downs. He still has power over you. So for yourself, please, love, keep trying. And if you start hearing them words, please say in that mirror, you no longer have the power over me. I no longer give you my power. I am taking it back.
Is he still in your life, Molly? This person that says these things or has said?
That's because we are married. So you still together, Molly?
Okay. And honestly, we know, you have to know as well, Molly, that he does that obviously because he is very insecure within himself, and he has these problems that he worries about him that that he thinks are issues with himself. So therefore he deflects it all to you. And you have to tell yourself that when he's doing this, it's because he's, not to say it like this, but he's the ugly person inside to himself when he looks in the mirror, or when he lives with himself every day, or gets up in the morning and knows who he is.
He's
That's
an
why,
alcoholic.
well, there's a lot of it right there.
Molly, he's controlling you, hun.
And
All
that's
them put downs and
that's hard.
is all control to keep you where you are.
And he's an alcoholic for a reason too, hon. He's got something up here that's not, he's very unhappy about, or in a lot of times, I mean, it can be hereditary, but you have the option to change that if you choose to.
Mm-hmm.
He does, is what I'm saying.
Smoothie hit the nail on the head. You are worthy of loving yourself. You are worthy of being loved. You are a beautiful person.
Absolutely. We love you. And we don't even know you like that, and we love you. So how does that make you feel? You know?
You are worth so much more than what he's doing to you, love. You need to know that. And I'm sorry that he is doing that to you. Please know this, none of it is your fault. You are not antagonizing him. You are not doing anything where you deserve to be treated like that from anybody.
Let me tell you something real quick, Molly. After what you just said here, I already know what this is all about. He's been through a lot when he was a kid and never did deal with it, right? So therefore, I'm going to tell you about yourself right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a psychologist, a psychiatrist, a doctor of any sort other than who I am, okay? But being that you know that, and you just stated that, you feel bad for him, and therefore you feel like you have to take what he gives you to fix him, right? Is what I was going to say. But you don't have to do that. You're not a doctor. You're his wife. Nothing more. You're his wife and supposed to be his friend. And he doesn't, you don't have to take what he gives you because you feel bad for him. Understand that. That's not your fault. You didn't do it. And you can't fix it. He has to fix that. You can't do that. Okay? No matter how hard you want to, how hard you want to try to, it's not going to. My first wife, the reason why I'm telling you, I know this, my first wife was abused by her father in all ways, shapes, or forms. Okay? And I felt bad for her. She never dealt with it. She never went to counseling, therapy, any of that kind of stuff. She just lived her life, which is why she was such a miserable person. She wouldn't fix anything. And she just kept on going and making everybody else around her miserable to deflect what she was feeling and get it away from her. It made her feel better to do that. That's not, you're not a chopping block, a punching bag. And I mean all this emotionally, not even physically. Okay. You don't deserve any of that. You deserve to, and truthfully, if you want to help him, then you need to get
empower yourself.
Right. That's the only way you could help him, is give yourself
by empowering yourself. Yep.
Give yourself the power to stand up to what he does to you and throw it back at him and walk away from the situation in that sense. Okay. Deflect it back to him, block it. Don't let it hit you. Don't let it take you. That's the only thing you can do to help him. And if he sees that, if he does love you, he'll go get help for himself to stop doing these things. Stop calling me. Anyway.
It's an excuse for him, Molly. That's all it is. He could have fixed it. He's using it as an excuse. I've been there myself, love. And look, I'm not prepared to sit here and say anything bad about him because I know you still love him.
Yeah, none of, and I'm not going to let anybody too. So please.
But can I ask you one thing, Molly? Can I just ask you how long you have been with him for? Please. Because I can tell you what it's more about than love. Yeah, I know, Jimmy. I've been there. 8 years.
Fact. That is a fact. I felt that way for 9 years with my first wife.
Mhm.
And I'm
And look, there is a dangerous time in this. So you don't have to, Molly, for your own sanity, please just do it in front of a mirror.
I do, Kat.
You don't have to say it out loud, love, so that he can hear it. But like I said, please say to yourself, I no longer give you the power to pull me down. I am taking that power back to yourself in front of a mirror. Because eventually, I would like you to do that, because eventually it will help you to take a step back. And what you believe is love, I have no doubt in some ways you love him, but the way you talk about how much he's hurting you emotionally tells me that it hurts you, and you know that you shouldn't be treated like that.
That's right.
I would guarantee you, if you do that for yourself at least for a little while and get your self-worth back and your self-love, your self-respect, and the power back, and take it away from him without him knowing, you will take that step back and realize the only fear is being on your own. Because the way they do it is they will tell you nobody else will have you. I'm the only person that will want you. Nobody else would put up with your nonsense, blah, 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 blah. I would guarantee that it'd be part of the stuff he said to you. I would rather spend the rest of my life in solitary confinement than one more day with somebody to pull me down like that ever again.
You don't have to do that, Molly. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do any of that. Again, we loved you. And I've only known you for a month or so. But I love the person that you are. You see what I'm saying? The person you showed me. And if you're that person on the internet, I can imagine who you are in real life and in person. And that speaks volumes to me. So you don't have to do this to yourself. You deserve to be the real who you are and deserve to be happy with yourself and everything in your life. You don't deserve anything more than that. And that's a fact. And whatever it is that my eyes do, I guess I'm doing it. But I don't know what everybody says when they say that. But I'm telling you from my heart, you don't have to do this. There's nothing that says that you have to wake up every day and deal with this and go to bed every night dealing with this and do it every single day of your life and continue to be miserable and unhappy and sad when you're definitely not that person when you're in here. So why do you have to be that person in your life? You don't. And I promise you don't.
No, but you make yourself stronger and you get your self-worth and your self-belief, self-respect back.
And we'll support you 100% through the whole thing.
Yep.
Every day if it takes.
All the way.
And you know I have this thing here, and you can contact me at any time you need to. I mean, I don't want you to have problems, but we're always here. Any of us. If you need to talk to somebody else, Brandy or Heather or Lisa or Kat or Schmooby, anybody in this room, I promise you, will take the time to sit with you and talk to you. If it takes all of us doing it throughout the whole day to keep you up here where you belong, then we'll do it. That's what family does. And that's what we are.
Right.
So these are facts. Just so you understand, you're not alone. Never will be from this point on out. And we have your back. We really do. And I promise you, you can do all of this.
Even with that voice in your head. Say, I'm not giving you that control. I am taking back my power. It's all it takes. Just constantly say that in front of a mirror for me, hun. even if you stay with him in the end, I still would like you to do that for you to have your own power back.
And in this situation, since you're in the relationship and married, you need to take control of the relationship now. It's your turn. Believe it or not, you can do that. It doesn't have to be violent, and it doesn't have to be anything ridiculous. You can take control of the relationship and deal with things the way that you should be able to deal with things. And I know you can do it. I obviously, for the things I've seen you say and do, I mean, we know you can do that.
For sure.
I'm sorry to hear that, Linda. I really am.
No, well.
Swear to God. I mean, it's women are like this too, but men are
It
such
breaks my heart.
pigs. I'll never understand why men or how men treat. My mother was physically abused by my sister's father and my biological father, believe it or not. And I
It's about their fear.
And it's all because of their insecurities and their physical, whatever it is that their unhappiness within themselves. That's what it is. And for those of you that don't understand that, that's all that it is. You can be a woman that's married to a man that looks like a Ken doll. That doesn't mean a damn thing. Because inside that person can be a pit of garbage and shit, for lack of better terms. Who cares what they look like on the outside? This is what I've been telling you guys. It's all about the most beautiful woman in the world to me is going to look like a dog if they're dark on the inside. That's how that works with me. It always has. And it goes both ways, you guys. I'm telling you, my first wife was abusive. It was all hell, emotionally, mentally, physically at times. When I first hurt myself and I started to gain a little bit of weight, she body shamed me like you wouldn't believe. She tried to do that to my kids. Another reason why I took my kids away from her, which is why my daughter has an eating disorder at this point, and so does my middle son. So it's all about you got to be skinny and look a certain way and have this and do that. No, that's not life, guys. It's not, and it disgusts me. So
no, all you got to do is be happy with yourself and be as healthy as you can.
These are facts.
Nobody has the right to tell anybody what they can look like, what they should look like, what weight they should be, how they should dress, anything.
Nope.
It should be what you're happy with, what makes you happy.
She was kind of Amber Heard in a lot of ways, Kat. Very much so. She was so, my ex-wife was so nasty, and I would always call her out, and I would prove her wrong all the time and show her that she was doing things the wrong way with her kids or whatever. So just because of that kind of thing, she hated me at the end so much. She cleaned the toilet with my toothbrush. I caught that though, because she didn't do a good job at cleaning it off. But that's okay. I got back at her, you guys. Don't worry. You guys remember the little pump spray bottles of Rave hairspray? I should have done this. I'm ashamed of it now, but I was 26 years old when I did this. So when I found out she did it, she admitted to me that she did it down the road, which I had already known. I just threw it away and got a new one. But I took her little hairspray bottle, and I didn't tell her about this until way after we got divorced. And I dumped out this much hairspray and filled it with urine of my own.
Oh,
and
dear
put her
God.
back on and shook it up. And she used that for a month. And she'd walk around going, "What smells weird? I smell pee somewhere. I don't know what you're talking about. Your hair looks great, hon." So yeah,
God.
I got it back. That's something, like I said, it's something I'm ashamed of now. I would never do anything like that. It is disgusting, but it is what it is. Just a little humor there for you guys.
Yeah.
But yeah,
This is,
with all of everything Lisa has said is 100% facts, guys, 100% true, and it's real, and it just needs you guys just need to take advantage of it if you haven't already. It looked great, movie. She didn't smell so great, but it looked great.
And here's another thing, guys. If you notice, whenever I say hello to any of you, I always use the words beautiful lady, lovely man, sweet lady. The reason I do that is I address your name, or your YouTube name anyway, but I use that because that's exactly how you should be treated, whether it's a man or woman. And that same words that I use, you can say to yourself in front of the mirror, because they too will sink in. Because you'll never believe me. Like I said, I can tell every one of you all day long how beautiful you are, how lovely you are. And here's an example. I can promise you this, that most of you could go into a room where there's 100 men or females, right? And 99 will compliment you. One will say a bad thing about you. And I can guarantee you that most of you will remember the one bad thing that was said and not remember the 99 compliments that were made to you. That I can promise you. Because most of us don't know how to take compliments.
True.
But we'll take anything bad that's said to us, men and women. And that's what I'm trying to change, is to teach us how to compliment yourselves as well as take compliments from other people. There are people that generally do say you look lovely and really mean it.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I do it all the time. I've done it with Lisa. Every time I see her, I try to say something like that. Anybody that I see like that, it's just being polite. That's how we should talk to each other on a regular basis, guys. I mean, without people automatically thinking. I know, like, I think the first time I did it, because we weren't that familiar with each other, I said, I'm not hitting on you by any means, but I just was wanting to say that you look very lovely, because that's who I've been accused of that, in here, I call people hun. Women, I always call people hun. I've always done it. It's just part of my thing. Or like with CC, the sweetest lady on the internet, I say these things all the time. Hey hun, how are you, hun? What's up, sis? What's going on? It's just me, guys. It's my vocabulary. People, oh my God, he's hitting on you. He said, what the hell is he saying that for? What? I'm married to the love of my life. Everybody knows that already. You guys know that this woman, there's nothing more important to me than her. Of course, my children are, but this woman is my life. Okay. There's no, I mean, and you got, don't take this the wrong way. You guys are all beautiful, beautiful ladies. Okay. Every one of you. But I don't look at you guys like that. You guys are like sisters and cousins and family to me. It's just, that's how I look at it. We're friends, like best friends and all that. Not that I would never, ever be attracted to any of you. I don't want you guys to think that. It's just that I don't look at you guys that way, and I never would. That's the love of my life. I don't see anything.
You are happily married.
Right. I see nothing but her.
And see, so, I call you hun and friend and love. I call everybody.
Right.
It's just how I am. But I have, as I've said to you, give my love to your wife. I have very much high respect for your wife.
And I do. And I tell her
she's got to put up with you. I mean.
That's right.
No.
That's a full-time job within itself. No lie.
No, but I your wife is stunning. And I have, like I said, we all respect her. She allows you to do this.
Yes, and she's very appreciative too. And I tell you guys,
which is the wrong thing to say. Hang on, I need to correct that. She puts up with you doing this, not allows you to, because nobody allows anybody to do anything. We don't have roles.
Oh, right.
There should never be roles in your home.
I'll be honest with you. When I first started doing this, we both had the same feeling about it. Like, it's gonna be dumb. It's not gonna pan out to anything. It's not gonna be. It's gonna get like she was like, "Who does this thing?" That kind of thing.
Oh, the self-talk.
When she realized the passion that I had for it and that it's something that I really enjoy, and the response that I've gotten from people, she's 125,000% supports it. I feel bad sometimes that I'm doing certain things in here when I want to be doing things over there. And she's like, no, go do your thing. Go do what you got to do, and supports it for 500%, you guys. And that this woman has always done that with me. I collect toys, you guys. I collect toys. Do you hear me saying that? I play with toys, you guys. And she supports me. I mean, I'm not that weird with it, but I'm just saying. I have toys at my computer desk, you guys. Okay? And she supports that because she knows it's something that I love. She knows it's something that I have a passion for. And vice versa with her. She's a baker. And has a certain passion for different things. I support that too. That's what you do when you care about somebody, you guys. And that's the way it is. I'm very lucky. And we've been together going on 21 years. We've had our times. The first 10 years of our relationship, it was pretty scary. We had some differences of opinion, arguments, and oh my God, I want both of those.
You can't. They're going in my car.
I love those.
They're little boggleheads. My grandson gave them to me for my car.
I love them. That's great.
I can find you one. I'll
Please
see
do.
if I can find you one.
I collect Scooby-Doo like memorabilia and stuff. I have tons of it in my background. One of these days, thank you so much, Miss Movie. I appreciate it. With the second super chat of the day. One of these days,
I'll be
able to get this. I didn't realize that I mean, I knew there was a difference in the exchange rate with us, but it's weird the way it works. Like if I send you something, it goes up. And if it comes to me from your side, it goes down. It's weird. Or no, it goes down. I think that's how it works.
Are you in the UK, Smoothie?
Yes, she is.
Aha.
Yes. Thank you for being the best host in chat on the internet. Thank you so much, Smoothie. I appreciate that. I really do. And thank you, Miss Linda. We love you as well.
He is.
What is this? Hold on a minute. Afternoon, Dago. Off topic. You didn't deserve what happened to you yesterday. I'm sorry. You seem very happy. That's just wonderful. I'm truly well. Thank you very much, Brandywine. I appreciate that.
What happened to you yesterday?
Oh, it was actually nothing. Okay. I had explained to you guys before that I was in a different type of. Oh, wait a minute. Did I put? Hold on a second. 1 second. Did I put that up? There it is. And thank you, Miss Movie. I was in a different
you hit your filing cabinet, didn't you?
Of course I did. I do it constantly.
That's what I was laughing at.
Right. I try not to act like it hurts. It hurts like hell, just so you guys know. I do it as soon as I turn. Bang, I hit my elbow. I hit my knee constantly. So if I'm
sorry, guys.
It's okay.
I sidetracked him because you don't understand. You know how I told you all he's the male version of who I am? Our desks are very similar.
I'll be right back.
And it's kind of freaky. He has a filing cabinet where I have a filing cabinet, which I didn't know. But the more we talked, the more it gets freakier, and he has things set up virtually the way I have things set up. And yeah, it's just weird. Like I said, I feel like I've known him for 20 odd years. Hello, Moonlight. This time change has me a mess. I hope everyone. Where are you, Moonlight? May I ask? You heard it too, Daisy. I heard the thud. I love the UK. I love the history in the UK. I would love to go there. Unfortunately, we're good at destroying our history here as fast as we can. Yeah, it is Pacific, rather odd. Oh, Missouri. Okay. Yorkshire. Canada. That's another beautiful place, Canada. My daughter wants to go there, and I agree with her. I'd like to go there too. Don't know if I'd survived the cold. But no, honestly, guys, you guys are truly amazing people. And I say guys, and I don't mean it like that. I'd love to go to Oz. I've been to New Zealand a few years back. Never knew how big Australia was till it took hours to fly over it. It's really not that big compared to the USA, really. And I actually think the UK is bigger than, well, I don't think I know the UK is bigger. But unfortunately, we destroy our history, unlike a lot of other countries who saved theirs. We destroy a lot of our history pretty quick. And I love old buildings and history.
I did get it, Kim, but I'm keeping it for myself because I'm a greedy bastard. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I did get it, and I'm sending it right now to her. Thank you very much, Miss Kim Marin, for sending.
I gotta show you something.
Did you get, by the way, Lisa? Did you get the PayPal that I sent you from the other person?
I did.
Okay.
I did. Thank you all very much.
I'm interested to see what
for those who sent me funds to PayPal. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. But please don't ever feel like you have to do it. I'm happy to be here and chat to you all. And getting back to the whole self-talk thing, sorry, I got sidetracked. You know how before when you were saying that when you started a YouTube channel, that before you started, you were talking to your wife and the whole self-talk, self-doubt thing come. Oh, it's silly, isn't it?
Yeah.
As a positive person, as you all see, the same self-talk, self-doubt happened with me. Who's going to watch me? Why on earth would they want to watch you? Have a look at the others that are on there. They have personalities. And then I went and stood in front of the mirror. See, on the whole preaching thing, I stood in front of the mirror and did exactly what I asked and asking you guys to try. And that's how I started the channel. Not only that, but it was the support from every person in chat here that supported me.
Oh, you can get nothing.
That made me do it.
Sorry, Lisa.
And that's why I'm big on thanking everybody for all your support and encouragement, because I really don't think a lot of you understand just how much of a push that was.
Right.
And you're right, David.
Yes.
Only that's
David
I'm glad you put it.
He's very blunt and will tell you flat out how it feels, and that's the fact right there. That's why I love him. Check your PayPal, Lisa. Make sure you receive that, please.
I can do that.
Please,
Oh,
please.
look. Yes.
All righty.
Thank you.
That is from Miss Kim Marin.
Thank you very much, Kim, sweetheart. Thank you so much.
See, everybody loves you. You're taking over my show. They're sending you money now. They're saying you're
Oh,
beautiful.
I'm not trying to take over your show.
Nobody's
Just
telling me I'm
being
beautiful.
here with you.
Nobody
Oh,
thinks
you are beautiful.
I'm just kidding. I'm messing with you guys.
You're lovely. You're beautiful.
I'm lovely. I'm cute. I'm cute. Speaking of which, I want to know what the hell this thing is everybody's talking about with my eyes. This is ridiculous. I've been hearing this for so long now. Somebody, listen, you guys. I was out one night at a bar. I tell my wife everything. Just if I've ever been hit on, I tell her about it. It's just, I'm one of those people. I'm 100% honest.
Yeah, I'm like that.
I've always been that way. But
Hmm.
a woman, it was kind of a weird situation. This was probably when I was about, because I don't drink anymore. I haven't for over 3 years. But I want to say it was like 6 years ago. I was out with a friend of mine, and I was sitting at the bar. And this woman, she had to have been all of 70 years old. Okay. And definitely, first of all, didn't seem like she should have been at a bar, but God love her. She made it out. She was doing her thing. She was actually dancing too. It was kind of crazy. But I'm sitting there at the bar. She walks over to order a drink. In between, they had those little like bars things, and I was sitting here, and she was sitting over here, and she stepped in, and she turned and looked dead me in the face. She was like, "You have F me eyes," and I was like, and I turned him. He's looking at me going, you about to go home with grandma, huh? And I'm like, get the hell out of here. No worries, Kim. And I'm like, thank you. I didn't know how to like react. And she could say, oh yeah, honey, you got F me eyes. And I was like, oh, you okay? I picked up my drink and I walked around the other side of the bar. I mean, this woman was tearing up the dance floor, and she was bouncing around guy to guy to guy to guy. I don't know if her husband had passed away or she broke up with him and she was just living it up or whatever. But I'm like, She said that, and then a couple other people said things like that to me. And I'm like, I asked my wife, I said, what the hell? What is that? She goes, well, first of all, you're my eye color, because my eye color changes for whatever mood I'm in. It's weird. And she said something about the shape of my eye and the way I look at things and people and stuff like that. It is. And I'm like, okay, whatever. But I've heard it multiple times. So no surprise.
Yeah. And I've always been told I've got come to bed eyes, for God's sakes.
I guess that's what the same thing means. Hold on a second.
No, you're right, love.
No damn health insurance. I already got health insurance. Leave me alone, Catherine. 6 times I've hung up on that call 6 times, and I finally answered, hi, Joe. Like, you don't know me. Don't talk to me like that. I know what you're doing. I know how that shit works. I can't stand telemarketing. So anyway,
All right.
Oh, you want to send me a text message?
I'll be back on 2-6.
Take your time. You better not have texted me, lady. I'm telling you right now, you better not have texted me, or I'll do absolutely nothing but complain about it, because that's what I do. Anyway. Charles. Are you talking about King or whatever he is now? King Charles. That's awesome, Kim, that you do that. Thank you, Miss Heather. I appreciate it. Again, for those of you that have donated to me recently, thank you so much. My family absolutely, positively appreciates it more than you guys know. Very much so. And it's very helpful for those of you that have. I appreciate you so much. so much. Buy some steak knives. You got to have steak to use steak knives, David. What's the point in having steak knives if you ain't got no steaks? I'd love to have steak. I haven't had steak in so long. God, that would be so good. I have to come up with, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them to be able to do it. So, and that is no joke. You can probably buy a car for what it costs to buy steaks nowadays. It's ridiculous. I would choke somebody out for a steak right now. Not kidding, you guys. I'm not kidding. That sounds so good. A good steak and a baked potato, some sauteed mushrooms, and some broccoli. Good God, that sounds amazing. It's hard all around, Linda. I know you guys are struggling over there too.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you. Can I just show you a couple of pictures my daughter airbrushed?
Absolutely. You don't have to ask me for that. Oh my God.
That way.
Your daughter airbrushed that?
Yeah, she airbrushed that.
Good Lord, that's amazing.
That's one of several she's airbrushed.
Really good, Lisa.
Oh, I know.
No, I mean, that's really good. We have the same chair. Yours is just a different color. That is so weird.
Well, I don't know if that's actually going to work with the light.
The glare's making it a little rough, but still. There you go. That's really, really good, too. Holy hell.
This is about her third picture she did when she started.
The shading is all perfect and everything. That's crazy.
Yep, she's definitely an amazing airbrusher.
100%. That is very, very good. Does she sell those?
No.
She should.
That's what I said.
She can make one hell of
But
a
she
living.
would be. Look, as I said to her, would she be open to it? And she said she might be. At the moment, she's doing a big tiger.
Has she ever done like family portrait type pictures that way?
She did one for a lady who, because I'm my daughter's biggest critic. Like,
Yeah.
I am, like I said, I'm a very honest person. And I will not stand there and tell her that it looks really great if I can see faults with it. And I do pick faults with it. It helps her. But she's a perfectionist. So anyway, this lady asked her to do a portrait of her mother and father. And the couple of photos she gave her were taken a fair distance back for a start. And they were taken under poor lighting.
Right. Yeah. Lighting has a lot to do with it.
Yes. And she did it to a T. She matched it to a T. And because there was no background, it was just a grey background. The lady didn't like the way it made her mother look. She reckons her mother looked very hard in it. As we explained to her, if you actually go close into the photo, because she was sitting under a downlight, the shadowing is what makes her mother look hard in the photo.
Absolutely.
So she did what she saw in the photo. But it really kind of stepped my daughter back quite a bit.
No. Shouldn't have done that.
No, unfortunately. And like I said to her, you just got to learn to say, I will do it providing you have a good photo. But she had the same problem with the guy doing the car. Like I said, my car was the first car she did.
Yeah, your car. I like the hood on your car. It's pretty cool. I love the way that looks. It's really. She's
Yeah,
really.
I love the back of my car. Like I said, she has a whole cemetery on the back, and it has all the graveyards in it of my mum, my nephew, my sister, my dad. All those who are passed are all on the back of my car. But on the sides have 2 skeletons and a little girl, and on the hood is the angel.
Right.
So, and she designed that angel herself. So she did that, and then so many people have asked for her to do their car.
Mm-hmm.
And
absolutely.
she kept knocking them back. And then a friend asked to do if she would do her car, and he said, "Oh, you can have free range. I just want some true flames on it." Then it changed to ghost flames. And then he said, "I only want them yay big." Anyway, she did one side, and he didn't like it. He said it was too much, so she had to take it all off and start again.
Oh, Lord.
And that's what I said to her. See, the difference is with my car, I knew what I wanted. I told you what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
As long as I had them points in it, like I had to have the full moon on the graveyard.
Right.
And I had to have enough tombstones on there to have everybody's names on their own tombstones.
Yeah.
And I said, other from that, you have free range. And look, she did it to what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't pick fault on it.
Absolutely. That's great.
And
That's great.
like I said to her, that's what you need to do. If you're going to do somebody's car, make sure they know exactly what they want.
Yeah.
And make sure that they have a design
and
that you have artistic range on it.
Yeah, and that's their fault if it's messed up then, because they gave her what they want. You know what I mean? So absolutely.
Yep. Yep.
Exactly. That's crazy. Yeah, everything has gone up everywhere, guys. It's fact. And Kim, I'm super jealous of you right now. My mouth is literally watering from thinking about that. Somebody mentioned the word steak. Like I said, it's been like a year, you guys, at least a year since we've had steak because of inflation and how expensive they are and so on and so forth. And the fact that we'd have to buy 5 of them. You could buy a car for that cost nowadays. It's ridiculous. They're well over $50 and the whole thing together. But yeah, it's sad. We shouldn't be paying money like this for what to survive in a sense with toilet paper and food, and it's ridiculous. It is sadly ridiculous.
It is.
I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anything. And eggs are expensive. Eggs went from here, guys. There's a store we have here. I'm sure most of you guys have the store around your areas too. Maybe not you as much, Lisa, but most everybody else. Called Aldi's, Aldis. It's a German-based store, and it's a discount store. You have that there? You do?
Aldi's supermarket?
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay. So they're everywhere.
We do have it here. Yep.
And when they first opened, I was kind of like, I don't know about like secondary brand foods and stuff like that. I shop there for everything. I'm telling you right now, except meat. I don't buy meat there. I just it's a weird thing. So their pricing has even gone up, is what I'm saying, and they have great stuff too. Their foods are amazing. Plus, I've tried some new things that they only carry because again they're German based and they have a lot of German based foods and stuff like that I would never have tried normally, and they're pretty amazing price wise, and with some of the stuff that they have, I was very shocked. And that's where we shop for everything. And then we have like a Shop and Save or a Sparkle Market or something like that is where we get most of our things. And when we can, going grocery shopping is like a holiday celebration nowadays because we can't afford to go buy amounts of food like that. Welcome, Breezy. It's good to see you, as well as Moonlight. Thank you so much for jumping in today. Yeah, of course, the heating and the electric and all that has gone up. You know, the house payment, everything is expensive. Everything is expensive, and there's no relief for it. Like they should have saved all of those stimulus checks that they gave us all over the past couple of years, and they should have saved those for this year and gave them to us this year because they're
But
needed.
that's what we're all paying for now.
Exactly.
It's for COVID.
Yeah.
That's what we're making the money up for.
It is. It sure is. Did you guys get stimuluses over in Australia?
Did we what? Sorry?
Did they put out any type of a stimulus check during COVID in Australia for anybody?
Yeah. Everybody but me, my daughter, anybody in my family, actually. It was mostly for, my youngest daughter got 2, which was because she had to take time off of work. So they give her $700 twice. My other daughter didn't get anything, and she was working in childcare then, and they actually didn't have childcare going at that point. Right. She had to sit there without money, and she wasn't eligible for it, yet she was on her own, so go figure that.
Well, no, I get it.
But yeah, no help for. It was weird. It was more for people that own businesses and people that lost their employment altogether.
Yeah. Well, we had unemployment, what we have always for people that lose their jobs, and they were giving out a ridiculous amounts of money for unemployment. They really were, and it was so bad that in the state that I'm in this area here, a lot of people, and it went on for, I think I'm going to say it like a year or so, almost 2 years, and they were giving you obscene amounts of money on unemployment to the point where people didn't want to go back to work. And it's like, I can't make that kind of money working, but I can make it doing it. Well, yeah, they stopped that real quick, obviously, but it was crazy. And then they started dropping stimulus checks too with it. So you're like, there's all this money that they dumped on us, and here it is now.
They did that here.
Yeah, and they said that, you won't have to pay it back. Don't worry, and your taxes will be fine, and everything will be great. Yeah, right. No, now we're paying.
Do you know what made me so angry about that was they got the unemployment, like you said, unemployed people all got a higher rate of pay. And you're right, it was more than going to work would pay them. On top of that, they were getting checks. Stimulus checks on top of it. What annoyed me was anybody on the age pension.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody on disability pension.
Nope.
Didn't receive any of that.
Same here.
Not one bit of it.
Well, it was like that in the beginning here. And then for whatever reason, they figured it out. Like my mother-in-law is on survivor benefits from her husband who passed. His not disability, but Social Security survivor benefits is what she received. And she finally received a stimulus on it, but never any extra money besides that. Right, Gladys is absolutely right. And everybody believed, and me included, that we were actually, because they made us believe it. You know, the governor of Ohio made sure he said it too, and the president and you'll never have to pay this back and blah, blah, blah. Well, we didn't that way. We're doing it right now with the inflation cost. It's ridiculous. So I would have rather not got a dime of that and kept everything at normal prices so we could afford to feed our families. You know what I mean?
That's like the price of fuel. We're all paying because we were ordered to stay at home.
Yeah.
That's why our fuel jumped through the roof, because they lost so much revenue in the time everybody was staying home.
You're right. The saying they have for Mike DeWine. Which one, Tasha? I see. Well, obviously, if you know who Mike DeWine is, yeah. There's a lot of Ohioans in here. Thank you. But it looks like you're a Steelers fan, Tasha. I can no longer speak to you. I'm leaving. Goodbye. I'm out. My God, what is wrong with people? Go Browns. Just so for anybody that doesn't understand, Steelers and the Browns are arch enemies, arch nemesis. So, but I'm just teasing. I have lots of friends that are Steelers fans. So, oh yeah, that's right. It is wine with the wine. Yeah.
Well, David and I are good. We have Aussie rules here.
That's right.
Football. Leave the rabbits alone. They don't want to play.
She's showing her territory. It looks like it's starting to become.
No, she'll get out there and play with them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she plays with the cat.
Man, you guys are killing me with the Steelers crap. I should have never said anything. The Bills lost. I'm sorry, Kim. Is it starting to become daylight there, Lisa?
Yes.
I thought I could see light back there. What time is it now?
It is 5:59.
Yep. Bright and early Tuesday morning.
Certainly.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Red. We're neighbors though. Yeah, most people were Tasha until that happened, and then here we are again. I don't think it's not. No. Cleveland's not doing shit this year, Tasha. It's not happening. Not at all. She's like, but Mom, the bunnies are outside. I want to go play.
Leave the bunnies alone. They don't want to play. It's too early.
She's like, whatever. She's looking at Oh, well.
She honestly wants to play with them. She doesn't want to hurt them. She even plays with moths. And the sad part is she gets a bit excited.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll grab the moth and put it on the mat and play with it.
Yeah.
And then the moth will walk off the mat and she'll pick it up and put it back on the mat and keep playing with it. And then it'll walk off the mat. And then she gets a little too excited and then we'll squash it. But she'll put it back on the mat and then she'll hit it with her paw and nudge it with her nose and get really upset because it's no longer moving.
Right.
She doesn't mean it. It's like, dear God.
Red, what county are you in? You got family in Medina? That's not far from me. It's about 40 minutes north, I think it is, yeah. Thank you, Miss April. Thank you to you. Oh, well, absolutely. Thank you so much. Once again, that's the third super chat of the day, guys. We're trying to get to 975 of them. Let's do this, guys. Yeah, whatever.
What?
Never. Stuff drives me insane.
Thank you. Yeah, me too. You did it again.
I'm smiling.
The sound of the filing cabinet.
Good
I've
God.
learned where to put my chair so I miss it. See?
Yeah, my knee is going to be black within the end of the week. I keep doing this thing. I'm going to have to put like a pillow next to me or something to come on, where's it at? Give me the sound. Thank you, Miss April. Stole. Am I saying that correct? Stole. Is it Stole or Stoli? There we go. Kim Marin, Medina. Gotcha. I'm between Erie and Pitt. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. There's a lot of people that are
That's here. Sweet.
And nothing. Gladys blew my mind. She's like literally down the road from me. And I worked for her family. Pretty cool.
That is amazing. It is a small world, but I've learned that over the years.
Very small, yeah.
Mm.
Speaking of which, let me tell that real quick. The bunnies.
Leave the bunnies alone. No. Behave.
But Ma, come on. Fine, I'll lay down. Whatever.
Until she thinks I've forgotten about her and she'll wander back over there.
Right. She's cute, though. She is. Medina, New York. Oh, they're talking about Medina, Ohio. You're right. I see what you guys were saying. So, Gladys, if you're still in here, I'm sorry this is taking so long, but we got so distracted. But like I said, we're kind of just doing a little bit of everything, guys. And then eventually, at the end, I wanted to do a Q&A, so we can do that too. I'm not going to tell the whole story. I'm just going to ask a couple. Like, are you familiar, Miss Gladys, with the last name Ragazine? And what this story is based on? I worked at a private ambulance company way back in the day. And what we would do, what we called troll trips. Okay, we would run regular medical calls. Okay, and we'd get called out by, you don't know the rest. Okay, we would get called out by 911 to run medical calls, just as anything else, like a fire department would. But it was a private ambulance company. We had a few of them: EMT, Action Ambulance, MedStar Ambulance. Trying to think of the ones based out of Youngstown, you might remember, but I worked for one of them, and actually two of them, but at one point in time. And we would take trips where we would take people to like dialysis appointments, doctor's appointments that couldn't drive themselves, that were either in wheelchairs or that were bedbound and stuff like that. Rural Metro, thank you, Gladys. That was the one I was trying to think of, the yellow one. I almost worked for them, but I didn't. But I had this gentleman, his name was Frank Ragazine, that I picked up. He was probably in his late 80s, and I was taking him to dialysis. I was picking him up in Girard and taking him to Warren, Ohio, for his dialysis treatments. And I was based out of Warren because that's where I lived, and that's where I was born and raised, was Warren, Ohio. So, which is literally a hop, skip, and a jump from Youngstown, where Gladys says she was from. Thank you, Miss Schmovie. I appreciate that so much. So I'm driving this gentleman, right? And he's sitting in the back. I did a wheelchair transport for him. And he's sitting back here in his wheelchair, holding on and just staring ahead. And he can see my face in the rearview mirror. And he's looking at me. And he kept looking at me. And I could feel him staring at me. And I talked to him, you know, how are you, Mr. Ragazine? It's good to meet you, blah, blah, blah. My name is Joe. So on and so forth. Well, he must not have paid attention to the name thing at first, but he's staring. And this went on for a couple of days, and he finally spoke to me. I mean, he spoke to me like, I'm okay, and this and that. He was an old Italian, grumpy old guy. So I think it was like the third day I picked him up. I pulled him in the transport, loaded him up. We're driving, and it's probably a good, from where he lived at, 15, 20-minute drive there. And then I'd drop him off. He'd sit there for 3-4 hours. I'd go back, pick him up, and take him home. Another 20-minute, half-hour drive. I picked him up, and he goes, I got to ask you something. Is your name Gene? I said, no, but that's weird. And I turned all the way around and looked at him. I said, no, it's weird that you asked me that, though. And he goes, why? I said, because that's my dad's name. My father's name was Eugene or Gene or he said, and he goes, Genie. And I said, well, yeah, he was called that too. I said, no, my name's Joe. I told you that the first day I met you. It was Joey, Joe. Your name's not Gene. And I said, no, my name's Joe. He goes, no, that's your father's name. I said, no, my father's name was Gene. My grandfather's name is Joe, or was Joe. Therefore, I'm Joe. I was named after my grandfather. And he's staring at me, and he cocks his head. He's doing this, and he's like, you could tell he was thinking hard. Really? And it's like, okay, what the hell's this guy doing? I'm thinking maybe he's got Alzheimer's. The fact that he knew any of my parents' or grandfather's names really had me like thrown off anyway, but okay. And I said, can I ask you why you're asking me that? And he was like, are you sure your name's not Gene? I swear to God, sir. I said, I can show you my ID if you want to. All of this, yes, no problem. So, yep, my multimillionaire uncle lives in Medina, Ohio. I've stayed there lots. So what's his name, Red? If you don't mind me asking. But anyway, and he finally tells me, he goes, you look like somebody I know. Oh, I said, okay. And he goes, who is Gene then? I said, that was my father. My father was Eugene Mayoris. Mayoris. I'd never told him his name before. And he just about jumped out of his chair. He couldn't walk, but he almost jumped out of his chair. Mayoris, that's what it is. Mayoris. I mean, that's how this guy talks. It's a classic. And I'm like, okay, you know the name. Oh my God. Yes, I know the name. So Joe, your grandfather, Joe, was the police chief in Girard and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yes. Who are you? You know, like, how the hell do you know this? I didn't say that, but I'm thinking it. And he goes, oh my God, you're little Joey. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. And at that point, I think I was 20. How old was I at that point? 24, maybe. So anyway, I'm like, yeah, not anymore, but yeah, I was. Little Joey goes, you're Gene's boy. Yes, sir. That's what I've been saying. You know, I'm thinking, and Joe's your grandfather. Like, we went through this for 45 minutes. Yeah, we got it all straightened down. He goes, I know your dad. And he goes, I'm sorry, he died, right? I said, yeah, he did when I was 9. I'm sorry. I said, it's okay. Thank you. He goes, and Joe's gone too. And I said, yeah, he died a month later. I'm so sorry, Joey. And that was my name for him from there on out, was little Joey. I was 3 times died, but whatever. So, and I'm thinking, I'm like, so how do you know my family? And he goes, well, I worked with your father at the Youngstown water treatment plant. And I'm thinking, oh, well, that's where my dad worked. Okay, for a while until he got in trouble and lost his job. And he goes, yeah, I know all about that. I went to prison because of that. And I'm like, wait, what? I'm driving. I'm on the road. Like, what the hell are you talking about? And I clarified all this with my grandmother and my aunts and uncles after this story. Okay. So I guess my father worked at the Youngstown, Ohio water treatment plant. And Mr. Frank Ragazine worked there too as a supervisor, I guess. What they did, I don't know. I know what they ended up doing. I don't know what they were supposed to be doing. But there was a whole, long story short thing. There was a whole financial or money embezzlement scenario that went down at the Youngstown water treatment plant that my father, love you, Dad, was involved in. And Mr. Ragazine was very much involved in, and it was mob based, I guess, an extortion type scenario. And I had no clue. Nobody, of course, why would I? Nobody's going to tell me this. And I guess Mr. Ragazine, who owned a bar in Niles, Ohio, and I think he had one in Youngstown too called Rags. He had a couple of them. Typical mob hangout place, if you know what I'm saying. And he went to prison for 18 years because of this embezzlement, and my father didn't go at all. How that happened, I don't know. And I said, well, I'm sorry. He told me this long story. I'm breaking it down for you guys. And I'm like, I'm sorry that happened. That, you know, I was thinking like, this guy's going to try to off me because my dad didn't go to prison or something. You know, I'm thinking, because this guy was classic mob looking type old man thing. Okay. He had the big ass glasses, but his head was this big, you know, just one of those old guys. And I'm thinking, good God. And that's what I said. Smoothie, 18 years for embezzlement. It must have been a lot of damn money, which I come to find out it was. And so when he got out of prison, he was a lot younger when he went in. He took, I guess the money was never found per se.
Oh, okay.
Or there were certain amounts of it paid back, but he did the whole 18 years because of money not coming back up or something. I can't give you the 100% on it, so don't quote me. But, and I'm thinking, okay, right, Gladys. So I'm thinking, I'm driving this man down the road, just like almost scared to death, and he's like, and I think he picked up on my how I was feeling. He's like, oh, don't worry about it, Joey. It's no problem. The past is the past, and blah 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 blah. And I have no hard feelings towards your dad. He did what he had to do. He had a young one, meaning me, and I did know my kids was grown and this and that. So, you know, okay, whatever. So I dropped him off, and I go home, and I'm like telling my wife at the time, like, what the hell? Like, can you believe this shit? And she's like, no, that's crazy. So I called my father's family, grandmother and all of them, and I'm like, what's up, Rach? Good to see you, hon. And I'm like, I ran into this gentleman and he's telling me this, and I'm like, oh, you met Frank, huh? And I said, yeah. And I was like, so what are the, with the, and she's like, oh yeah, that's true. I'm like, oh shit, really? And I'm like, well, that's nice to know, and they're like, yeah, your dad got into some trouble a couple of different times. It is what it is. I didn't know anything about it, Gladys, and I thought it was kind of interesting, but whatever. And then, like I said, other names got thrown around, like you said, Joey Naples and some other Naples. That was a big name around here, a mob name, I should say. Excuse me very much. And it's very interesting that we have a lot of it out here, you guys. Youngstown was a what do you call it? It was like an in-between town for a lot of the mob guys. Youngstown and Warren. They were going in between like Chicago and like Detroit and stuff like that, and we were all interconnected state-wise. And Youngstown was a big town for that stuff. Big town. God, my nose is itching. Someone must be talking about me. Yeah, big time mob city. So, yeah, I'm a rat. I know. I just told on it, but that was the thing. I thought, that maybe my dad had rolled on him or did this or that, and what it was Frank took all of the heat. Therefore my father didn't have to take any because I was a baby at the time, so on and so forth. And it's like, wow, that's nice to know. Well, so then right, and then I ended up, when I turned 18, getting a I see it. Jimmy Hoppa's listening. I'd like to know where you're at, Jimmy. I could be rich if I turned you in. I ended up getting a settlement when I turned 18 that was in my name, that was left by my father for a certain amount of money. It wasn't a huge amount of money, but it was enough to do something with. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
you don't think it was that money to you?
I don't know, and I don't want to know. I don't want to know. So I was, from what I was understanding, is that because my father had a pension that he had built from working at the Youngstown water treatment plant, I think it was like his like it was kind of like survivor benefits for me that he would have received, put into a lump thing, and it was given to me when I was 18. That's what I think. I'm hoping it is, because I spent it all, and it is what it is. So
that's it.
I don't know what it came from. Nobody ever told me, and I really didn't question it. When you're an 18-year-old kid, somebody hands you that kind of money, you're like, okay, time to go buy a car and do this and do that,
But when it comes from your dad, why would you question it?
Yeah, really? Well, yeah, and I didn't know anything about this whole thing until well after that money had been gone, and I was, all grown up with my own kids and all that fun stuff. So,
you honestly you wouldn't think your dad's going to sit down and explain it all to you now, would you?
No, of course not. And it was, probably something that shouldn't have been talked about, but it is what it is. I don't know. I mean, not here, that doesn't matter, but back then it would have been a big story to talk about. I'd love to do a show on the mob around here. It was pretty cool. Naples or the Briar Hill I am related to. Okay. Yeah, we lived right outside of Briar Hill there in Girard. As you're coming from Youngstown past Briar Hill, as soon as you come into Girard, we were right there on the right-hand side on Howard Street. I do, Breezy. Jimmy Hoffa, he's right here. See him right there? Jimmy Hoffa? And I wish the hell I did know where Jimmy Hoffa actually was. There's a very big possibility, you guys, that he's in this state somewhere, truthfully. Very big. Definitely.
The clown footage. Did God know? Is that the one about Molly by any chance?
Clown footage? What are you talking about, Squirrel? I'm a little lost.
Is that the one about Molly? I think that might be what they're talking about.
I'm not sure.
A clown turned up there today, supposedly.
Where? Oh, at the
at
protesters? Is that what you guys are talking about? The protesters?
yeah.
Oh, I can look at that. Yeah, I can pull that up for you guys. The funny thing about this whole story, you guys, I had told you guys that my grandfather was the police chief in Girard at one time, right? And my uncle was a Trumbull County Sheriff's deputy, and my father was involved in law enforcement as well. So yeah, there's that too. Add that to the little bucket of interesting facts to have.
Mm.
That tells you right there that, because I know my grandfather did some things he shouldn't have done. They were friends. He was friends with the rest of the Mr. Ragazine story is he was real close friends with my grandfather, who was the chief at one time. I don't know if he was an intermittent chief or whatever, but he was also a uniformed officer and a plainclothes officer. And that tells you that back then that the mob worked very closely with law enforcement in different ways. I'll just put it that way, if you know what I mean.
No, yeah, I do know what you mean.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. So it just
Yeah.
made. And then he's asked me at some different points before, because he passed away like 2 weeks later. Yeah, Gladys, you know who I'm talking about in a lot of different forms. Jim Trafficant and a lot of other people were I don't know how old you are, Gladys. I'm not going to ask you to tell me because that's just rude. But I'm sure you know a lot of things that have gone on around here. So, yeah, I have family members that are, they're important people. I'll just put it that way. Old enough. That's all she had to say. She's old enough to know better.
That's it.
And luckily I stayed away from all of that stuff, because I could have very easily gotten myself involved into that kind of stuff. Because believe it or not, guys, that's still around. It's just a whole different facilitated type of thing now. It's nothing like it used to be. Where you at, Squirrel? Do you know which clip it is, hon? 1 second. I'll let you guys see it real quick, and then we can do our Q&A thing. And there hasn't really been any updates of anything. Everything's pretty much the same, sadly.
I'm afraid so. Although I have an update for Paddy, but I will do that.
Absolutely.
Later.
Oh yeah, Ontario's not far. Canada's not far from here at all. You can actually cross over Lake Erie and you're in Canada, and I'm very close to Lake Erie. General awareness, I got you. Thank you, Squirrel. 1 second. Oh, I see it. Clown on the ground. Okay.
It's going to be a link.
Whoa. Oh, God. I don't want to see your face, but I will see it. Miss Gina, good to see you, my dear. Welcome back. I hope Dad's doing okay.
Gina.
Partied in the Flats. Oh, man, that was fun back in the day. The Flats are in Cleveland, guys, and that's where all the bars are. And that was where that was the place to be up in Cleveland a few years back. It's not really that too much like that anymore. But yes, I've done many a party at nights in the Flats. No lie. That's where we'd take a limo up and we'd stay up there, because you ain't driving once you go to the Flats. Actually, a couple times we took a boat, because there's docking. Docks in the Flats too. You can take a boat from wherever you take it from and dock over there, go get trashed, and then try to make it back to the boat without drowning. Yeah, that was a couple good times too. He's better, but a long way. We will definitely send prayers your way, Gina. You know that. And if you need anything, get a hold of me, please. Do the best we can to help you, hon.
And I will pray for you, Gina.
Absolutely. Prayers and good vibes. Nothing but. All right, where's this clown? Oh, right.
We're in daylight savings at the moment, Linda.
Yeah.
So we still have daylight 8:30.
Thank you, Ms. Heather. Absolutely, guys. Don't forget to sub to Miss Lisa to her channel, Crimes Under Investigation. Show her some love. Show
Thank you, Heather.
Show her some love, I should say. All right. So, do you guys? Am I just showing the clown or the whole thing?
Show us what you got.
Uh-huh.
That didn't sound right.
I mean, we're not gonna go there right now.
No.
Battle, but
Oops. Sorry, guys. Let me get to the clown.
Oh, I thought you. No. Stop.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, huh? Let me get to the other clown. Let me put it that way. They take her voice off because I don't want to hear her voice. Or is that part of it, Squirrel? Is that what seeing the whole thing? Is that what the effect is, or?
I think maybe it would be.
Okay. I'll go back to the beginning. Stop calling me. I told you, leave me alone.
And I guess if I come out again. Oh, sorry, Joe.
I hate telling her. That'd be insane.
Every time.
Never fails. All right, guys, here we go.
it's going to be a lengthy battle, but I am here for the long run. I am literally here for the long run, and actually might be so inclined to get an efficiency right here in Savannah, Georgia, so I can continue this fight right here as a citizen of this county with voting rights. Somebody's going to be going to jail today. Somebody's going to be going to jail today. It's going to be a clown, a literally clown. So we've got a clown here. That is, if he's peacefully protesting, he's going to have his rights violated too. So maybe we need to let the clown know that when his rights are violated to give us a call, we'll add him to the lawsuit. That's after that's after the arrest. You're right. That's after she's arrested. Don't worry. When your rights are violated, call me. I'll add you to our lawsuit with the county. So do I. Not a clown. Oh, and they will ticket you for not having your tag on your car.
Are you kidding me? She's forever suing everybody.
Wow.
I would hate to feel that.
Yes, David with a capital effing K.
I would have. I would hate to feel. I've got to get this out. That angry and that disappointed in myself that I need to go and do things like that to feel like I'm somebody.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's ridiculous. This whole thing is just sick and ridiculous, you guys. The whole thing over there is just it's gonna
the same as the other one that does it, that was doing it with her with Summer. The ridiculous things that she does. It's like, why are you standing there screaming at these people about these things? The sad part is you're not looking at yourselves in the mirror.
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
No.
It's all very sad.
And even what they say is, it makes them look worse than the people they're screaming at.
That is no lie. No lie.
And like I said, I would hate to feel that bad about myself and have no self-respect.
Right. Right.
Like, because that's what it is. The lack of self-respect, the lack of self-loving.
100%.
There's a whole lot missing there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ms. Heather. Very appreciated.
Thank you, Heather.
Oh, man. Oh, why is that tilted like that? I wonder. I thought something was funny. I thought my eyes were screwing with me. No, it's the actual thing. Anyway. All right, guys. So that being said, I think we can do, because we've been going 3 hours now. So let's get this Q&A thing, at least part of it, out of the way.
Yes, you're right, Jenna. He is. He has the issues too.
Yeah, big time, yes.
Mm.
Thank you again, Miss Heather. If you guys want to go ahead and throw some questions out to us. Oh, that's it. See, the questioning starts and Jimmy Hoffa runs. That's how it works, guys. That's how you can tell.
Why, Jimmy?
No worries, Jimmy. Have a great day, brother. It was great to see you. As always, please stop in anytime. You're welcome. You know that. Thanks so much for supporting us today. But yeah, throw your questions at us, guys. Let's do it. Give me some questions to answer, and we will do that.
Let's get this party started.
You're okay with this, correct, Miss Lisa?
Yep, fine.
Okay. You guys better have at least one.
I am fine with them asking you all the questions they want to ask you. That's fine.
They're asking you too. Yeah, you can ask her too. You ask her questions too, not just me. I'm just kidding. If you don't want to ask her nothing, that's fine. I'll answer it all. Put the spotlight on my head. Question me. Now that you know my family history, there it is. Interrogate me.
Where were you on the night of the 3rd, 1992 at 6 p.m. Saturday, the
I was probably sitting in my girlfriend's house making out with her because I was only 17 years old. So,
are you sure that's where you were?
Well, the whole year of 1992, yeah, that's where I was. I was shoved up her ass constantly because that's all I cared about at that time. Oh no, not yet, squirrel. Sorry. We're gonna do the Q&A real quick and then we'll end it. Unless you guys want to get out of here, you're more than welcome to leave if you need to. And yes, please hit the, and you can ask your questions in chat. You can call in either way, whatever you guys want to do, whatever's easiest for you guys, please do. I'd love to hear your beautiful voices as always. That's fine. But if you don't want to, you're more than welcome to go ahead and just type it in the chat. If you want to call in, please call in at 234-703-4047 and talk to the Dago and Miss Lisa. Love to hear from you guys. Having some nuts for lunch. The squirrel. Isn't that what squirrels eat, or nuts? My squirrels did. I had the house I lived in before I moved in here. I had a tree next to my house, a huge tree that I don't know how they do it or did it, but it was hollowed out. And they're like 52 squirrels lived in this tree. And I'd sit on my front porch and they'd stand on their little branches and stare at me. Like stare at me. It made me uneasy. Like I'm turning my head like, why are you guys all looking at me, you know? And then they knew what they were doing because after a while of that, I built a little box onto the tree that had a feeder on it and a little mirror, and they could see themselves and sit on the box, and we dumped peanuts in there, and they loved it. They knew what they were doing. They conned me into doing it with their little squirrel minds.
Keep saying that. You know, that is the word that gives me anxiety because I actually cannot pronounce it.
You're pissing me off now, Kim.
Well,
yes, Kim, you're angering me. You're making me mad now. First, she's telling me she had steaks. Now she said she had shrimp cocktail for breakfast. I mean, what the actual F? Are you serious? It's not fair. I'm telling you. I love shrimp. Something else that I really can't.
Don't eat seafood
right now. What do you
Why
think?
do you think of creators that are backstabbing each other and making it YouTube war?
I'm thinking that they can do what they want, and I'm staying the hell away from it because it's ridiculous. That's my opinion, at least.
And my opinion is We're no longer in high school.
That's that's a big
I
part of it.
left high school many years ago, so
a lengthy battle, but I am here
each to their own.
the
I didn't tell you to do that, so why are you doing it?
If
Damn,
I
it's
have an
ridiculous.
issue with somebody, I'm going to talk to them
Right.
in private.
Yes.
That's it. As
David.
far as what anybody's doing on their channel or whatnot, it doesn't
They're
affect
idiots.
me
Yes.
at all.
That's
The
absolutely.
only reason I said about them too
right.
is because they're making the rest of us look bad.
These are
And
facts, guys.
And everybody's abusing them and calling them names, which I don't believe in, regardless of what they're doing. I don't believe they deserve them names. I'm sorry. I just don't believe any woman should be called them names. But in saying that, I wish that they would see what they were doing themselves and how
Mhm.
bad they're making themselves look. And
I
I wish
agree.
that they would get some self-respect for themselves.
That's it right there.
Because
Facts.
that's what I see. I see broken women.
Yes. I do agree with you as well. I do. For a fact. That's what we're, I mean, we're all adults. We're supposed to be, and human beings, you know, talk to each other instead of stabbing each other in the back and trying to destroy each other's channels and personal lives. And I mean, it's ridiculous. Come on.
It's the same as when people make comments in chat and they attack somebody in chat because they disagree with what they're saying, or like
Right.
poor Cat before. And no offense to you, Cat, saying don't crucify me. I find that sad that anybody watching has to feel that they need to put that in or be concerned that they are going to be attacked or booted off. The only time I would ever boot or have somebody booted off of my channel is if they were being abusive towards anybody in chat or myself, or continually swearing, because I do have rules that I will go over with my mods in my channel. But other from that, everybody has the right to their opinion. We shouldn't have to agree with each other. We all have our own minds. We're all not sheep.
That's part of what this is all about, is being able to disagree professionally, per se, I guess you could say, and work that out. That's what it's all about. That's what a think tank is. That's what, you know, theorization comes from. All of that, guys. That's what it's all about. That's what makes this interesting. That's why I like to do this, because we can be adults and say, okay, you know, Tasha, for instance, can say, well, I think that this is what it is, and this is why. Oh, well, that's interesting, Tasha. I think personally that it's this, but what you're saying does make sense. So let's look at it that way. At the same time, Heather could say, well, what about this, guys? This is how it looks. And then we take what we've said together and put that with hers, and it makes a lot of sense then. That's what this is all about, you guys.
That's right. And that's exactly what police do. They get in a room with all of them.
That's detective
and
work.
They throw ideas out at each other, and they write them ideas down, and they go over the pros and cons of them ideas. But they all respect each other's opinions.
That's right.
And you guys are just as valuable as what I am, Joe is. And I learn a lot from you guys as well. And I value your input, the same as Joe does. I value his input. And we 100%. Have disagreed on cases, have we not? On 100%. Debbie's case, we have disagreed, but I respect his opinion and he respects mine. We're not going to fight about it.
Yes.
And certainly if it turns out that I'm right or he's right, we're not going to sit there and go, nah, like.
And here's the thing. If I do disagree, I know how to disagree like an adult does. Okay, I can just barely. I beg to differ, or I respectfully disagree with you. I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying I feel like it might be a different scenario. That's all.
That's right.
That's all.
And that's what I want people in chat to feel, that they can say what they feel, have their own opinions, that don't be scared to disagree with any of us.
Right.
Otherwise, you're just being sheep. And you don't have to be that. You have the right to your own opinions, your own thoughts. Well, I have never Charlie, Bullhorn or Dolly, but have seen them on other replays.
Hold on one second, guys.
Yes, I agree with you with that, Kat. 100%. Yep, me too. You're dead right about that. He's another cocky person. He is. And a person I did not trust as far as I could throw him.
My son came home.
Oh, good.
Don't
He's
act.
a person that made me feel very uneasy, actually. Especially the way he talked about women, regardless of their age, which is a bit of a worry.
Who are we talking about?
That certain PI.
Oh, well, I ain't even gonna get into that. Yeah. And Miss Heather, we've already started to slightly start Christmas decorating. My wife and her family are obsessed with Christmas and stuff, so it's happening already.
And that's right. Maybe we all have had different life experiences and had different outcomes from them. That's what makes us different. And by putting them all together, you never know what we're capable of.
Right. They can be, David.
And that's right. Yep, and that's right.
Especially
people that get triggered by other people's opinions are people that expect people to be sheep.
That's a fact.
There's no room in their lives for other people.
No. No.
Christmas lights going up already. Yeah, I guess my daughter had her way. She'd have Christmas lights up by now too.
We're getting there too, because we've talked about doing this year instead of last year or the year before. By the time I got out and put lights and stuff up last year, it was like 20 below zero, so I froze to death. I'm not doing that this year. This year, we're putting them up while the weather's still slightly warm. We just won't turn them on until it's closer to that time. Like I said, Thanksgiving is in, 2 weeks? 7th, maybe, yeah, roughly. So usually around Thanksgiving, we have our tree up and our everything that we're going to decorate. I'll show you guys too, whenever it's all decorated. My house looks like Christmas threw up in my house whenever it's decorated. It's ridiculous. We have a place around here called Craniacs. It's in PA, actually, that you go and visit, and you walk through, and they have all these Christmas trees and these animatronic Christmas like elves and things like that. It's really cute for the kids, but that's what my house looks like. If anybody's familiar with Craniacs in PA, literally, I'm Gladys probably is for sure, because a lot of people go there for the holidays to take their kids or grandkids to walk through and see Santa Claus and all that stuff. So We have our Thanksgiving stuff up still. It kind of blended with Halloween, and now we took the Halloween down and all those lights and stuff, and now we're putting up. Well, we have the Thanksgiving stuff up, and then the Christmas stuff is going to just kind of flow in and completely overtake it, like aliens taking over the planet. Because my house is infested with Christmas shit. I mean, it's crazy, guys. You'll see. At one point in time, I'll get decorated too. They'll probably put lights on me and a hat on my head as they walk past me, because that's how they are. Yeah, Cranax is really cute. It's a nice place to take the kids.
Pacific, I agree with you. It would make for very boring, wouldn't it? If we all had the same opinion, how boring it would
Right,
be.
it would be boring. And yes, David, we are like the Griswolds here. Every year we have the happiest Christmases. Danny Kaye tap danced on, yeah, all that fun shit. That's my favorite movie, so I could probably act out the whole movie to you guys. I love anything that Chevy Chase is in, but that's my favorite Christmas movie over to all times. Of all times. That's what it is too, Linda. That's a good point to make. Right there. The lead up to Christmas. That whole time before moving into it, it's so like, and I don't want to sound weird, guys, but it's got like there's like a magical feel to everything as you're leading into Christmas. You know what I mean? I really don't get gifts anymore, because I mean I do. My kids buy gifts, but like not when you're a kid. You don't get those types of gifts. You know what I mean? I could get nothing. I don't care to get anything. I just like the feeling, the family feeling, the way people change over the holiday for Christmas. People actually start to pretend like they're nice again. Show compassion and love. I mean, it's a fact. It happens. People are sharing and all that. I wish people would stay the way they are around the holidays all year long, because it would make people amazing. But
until you meet up with them in the shopping centers.
Well, that when
with all
somebody
the
tries to kill you
crowds
over a Barbie doll, right?
Yeah, then they just want to hack at you. But so yeah, I'm good. But you're right.
Let me show you this.
And the other thing, the lead up to Christmas, if people actually stopped and took time to look.
Yeah.
But we're busy rushing around doing the million and one things for that one day.
We try to help as many people as we can around that time too, and giving certain things and doing this. It's a good feeling. I love to help people, as you guys all know. It just helps me to do it even more. You can't be a Grinch cat. Come on.
Oh, I love Miracle on 34th Street.
My favorite one that's a great one too. I love it. But It's a Wonderful Life with Jimmy Stewart. I love that movie. And I mean love that movie, guys. You'll probably hear it come close to Christmas time. While I'm doing this, you'll probably hear it playing in the background almost every other day, because that one and National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation are my favorites. Let me see if I can show you guys this place. Oh, it does show it here. I'll show you guys what Cranax is. Cranac, however you say it. This is here in Hermitage, Pennsylvania. It's a hop, skip, and a jump from where we all live at that are from Ohio around here. Let me show you what it is. And like I said, you stand in line. That's the only thing that sucks sometimes, is when it's cold out. You stand in line sometimes for a couple hours, because there's a lot of people there. Usually towards the beginning of the season, it's really bad like that, but it's worth it. And then once you get inside, you can do this whole walkthrough. And it's like a Christmas wonderland. And they advertise their Christmas trees and all the stuff that they sell, and animatronics and all that. Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas. My wife, that's her favorite, Kim. And I love it. I bought her the DVD just so we could have it, because it's hard to find streaming wise. All right. So this is the one from last year. Let me see if I can get it to roll. Or maybe it's this year. They must have it out already. Lord. All right, here we go.
Have a holly jolly Christmas. It's the best time of the year. I don't know if they'll be friends, but I will go cheer. Have a holly jolly Christmas. Everyone walk down the aisle. Say hello to the
Hold on a minute. I love this tree right here, you guys. I am, just so you know, I like the multicolored lights. Me and my wife fight about this every year. That's why we have 2 Christmas trees, one in the den, one in the living room. I like the multicolored lights, and she likes the white lights. This tree right here in the back, I love that.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty.
It's really cool. Hold on. Check that out. They move
Yeah,
too
that's
fast.
really pretty.
Mm-hmm. Good Santa Claus! That's pretty too.
little tin horns and little door drums. Toot toot and rum dum dum. Santa Claus is coming to town. What kids in whirling whirling will have a jubilee. All around Toyland, all around the Christmas tree. So you better not pout, better not shout, better not cry, better not laugh, tell you why. Santa Claus is coming.
Wow.
It's pretty, isn't it? Look at that.
That's beautiful. Wow.
I see their theme is all over the world this year, I can see.
I would never leave there. Yeah, I would never leave there. Sorry. Joe?
I'm here. Sorry about that.
Oh, well, good.
Yeah, I love going there with the kids and everything, and the music is playing. I do the same thing, Gladys. The radio in the car. We have a radio station that starts playing it usually about the beginning of this month. It's well, I think it's Y103, and they start they start playing Christmas music now, and we play it nonstop. And like I said, it gives you that good feeling. You know what I'm saying? And I love it.
Yeah.
I do. It was festive. I love that place, and they have like what Kim's talking about is they have like all these train sets that they set up in there, and they do different things with them, and it's really, really cool. It is.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is Y103. We listen to those channels, like I said, right around November 1st. If you tune in, I swear to God, it's on that day and that day on. They play nothing but Christmas music all the way till December 31st, and maybe it's just till Christmas, the day after Christmas Day, and it's nice. It is. Everybody out driving around, shopping, doing this. It keeps everybody in the mood, and it's a good feeling, guys. It is. I love it. I really do. So deal with it, guys. You're going to be hearing it now that her clock is playing. You'll be hearing it all the time. So you know, I'll be showing you my house as it goes into Christmas mode, slowly but surely.
That's all right. When my grandchildren are in the car with me, one or the other in my car,
yeah,
I put their nursery rhymes through my stereo system.
Oh, I've done that too. Yeah,
and it's up. So we're driving around with it pumping, singing.
That's me too.
Alice the camel has two. That's really good. I can get away with it while the grandkids are in the car.
Mm-hmm.
But the worst part is, honest to God,
you probably do the same thing I do.
Doing the nursery rhymes, they get stuck in my head. So I'll be driving along somewhere and then think, oh, that song just keeps going over and over in my head. So then I've got to play it. It's funny when you pull up at red lights and they see no kids in the car and you're playing nursery rhymes, because I've got to play it to get it out of my head.
My daughter-in-law found on her Sirius radio that they have like a hip hoppy version of like the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s and the nursery rhymes and all that stuff. And she plays it. She come bumping in my driveway one day, and I walked out on the porch because she's got a nice stereo in her car. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, what the hell are you listening to? She's like, this is the jam, ain't it? And she's bouncing around in the car. And I'm like, what the hell are they singing? She was like, it's nursery rhymes. And I'm like, oh my God. Okay. I said, you've officially lost it. My grandson loves it. Absolutely loves it.
It's funny because that's when my daughter said, you've lost it. Because I have a subwoofer and everything in my car too.
Okay. See, there you go. There you go. Yeah. Creenax is a really feel-good place. It's a family-oriented place. And they do a different display type scenario every year. And they do an Easter one now too. They have been doing. I didn't realize that, but they do. Oh, that's last year's. I didn't know that. Okay.
Excuse me for a sec. Can you excuse me for a minute?
I can.
I've got to take a walk.
Do your thing. Yes, David, I can't handle the baby shark thing anymore either. Both my grandkids, it is torture. It drives me insane. I had to play it for them, but I can't do it anymore. Thank God that both of them have kind of grown out of it and gotten tired of it, but I can't do it. Cannot do it. I'm a little worried about Christmas this year with my grandkids, but it is what it is, guys. Like I said, we're more into the family values for Christmas, and we love that. I hate disappointing them, which I don't think we will. We'll figure something out. We always do. It's just sad for a lot of people this year. I think it's going to suck. Very expensive, guys. It costs so much money, and it really shouldn't. That's the thing that bugs me about it. It has been turned into a financial holiday. Nothing but financial. It's crazy. Yeah, that was the one I showed you was this year's. This other one must have been last year's. That's one of our family things that we do too. I'm sorry, Holly. You should never be sad at Christmas time. Well, that looks like it was from last year or this year. Wow, that purple is bright. We'll all get in the cars or vehicles, a couple of us, a couple of vehicles, and we go drive around and we look at Christmas lights together. And they do some really good, pretty big deals around here with Christmas lights where they have them hooked up to music and all sorts of things. You can stop and look. That's another one of my favorite movies. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's not that old of a movie. It's not brand new, but it's Deck the Halls with Danny DeVito, where he does the crazy amounts of Christmas lights so that you can see it from space. That was his whole goal, and he goes nuts doing it. That was another one I love. Matthew Broderick's in there too. I'm gonna have to start watching these movies because my grandkids want to see them. Yeah, that's why we're gonna start watching them for the grandkids. I don't really care to watch them, but my grandkids, they have to watch them. So we're going to have to start watching them soon. Charlie Brown's Christmas and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and Santa Claus is Coming to Town and all the claymation ones. Love those. My grandkids love those. Sorry. It sucks, doesn't it, Molly? It really does. I'm sorry. Sorry for both of you guys. You shouldn't feel that way. Well, this year we'll make sure that we try to raise your Christmas spirit for you this year. I promise you that's one thing I will definitely try to do. I even have a little village I put together over the years, the little houses and stuff, and it makes a whole thing. And I have a window seat in my dining room, and then we light it up with lights, and then we set up the trees and the houses and everything. It's really cute. Turns out pretty nice. I think those things are cool. Right, Breezy. That's what we do all the time. Absolutely. I'm sorry to hear that, David. I mean, of course, people work around Christmas, but when you have to work on Christmas Day and stuff like that, that's not cool. It does, doesn't it, Gladys? I mean, it gives you that whole feeling, and the whole house, like I'm so comfortable in it. It feels cozy, and I got a little fireplace thing that I have going. It's not real because they took it out years ago, but I want to do that, Kim. I want to do that really bad. The Christmas Story house. It's really not that far away. I don't know why I haven't done it yet, but I want to go. Friends of mine have been there. Ralphie. They're making a new movie, you guys. Christmas Story 2 with Ralphie all grown up. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, right?
That's good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. There was something else I was going to... They have a lot of them in here, all the way back to 2013. And I've been going to that place since I think I was 5 years old. I can remember. I probably went before that too.
Yeah, we don't have anything like that here. We used to have Myers window. They do up the front of the Myers windows, but
yeah,
haven't been there for years. Become very boring. So we usually just drive around and look at everybody's lights.
We do that here too. I was just saying that. And then I will sit down with the grandkids because it's another one of my favorite. Well, it's another one of their favorite movies. So I have to sit down with them to watch it. Mickey's Christmas Carol from Disney. They love that. It was one of my favorites when I was a kid as well. So we sit down and watch all those movies throughout the whole year or season, I should say. And it doesn't, typically it starts about now and it goes on all the way till January 1st. It's, one of them things. So.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Molly. Absolutely. I'd love to do that. Wow.
It's something many people don't do anymore.
Right.
It's actually write Christmas cards.
I mean, I'm sure some people are uncomfortable with, pushing out their address. I get it, but work something out. That time of year. Nobody has any more questions in regard to the Q&A, and that's fine. Yeah, that's crazy. That whole thing with the prime minister. She was, how many days was she there? It wasn't even, it was literally days, wasn't it? Like a week? And she resigned or something like that? I couldn't believe that. That was weird. What do you guys think is behind all that anyway? Why do you think that happened? If anybody has an opinion on it, I'd love to hear it because I'm curious myself.
Yeah, I'd like to know.
Very much so. One day too many. Yeah. Well, we know that Schmooby has an opinion now. Damn it, Kim. That's all I can think of is steak now. Damn you. Damn you, Scuba Steve. Just kidding. Craving it. I just booked a pro wrestler to say nice things in a video and post to everyone. No Kurt. You said something about that the other day, Squirrel. What does that mean when you say that? The whole pro wrestler thing. What is that about? If you don't mind me asking. Yeah, well, she wasn't there long enough to do hardly anything, Schmooby. I would think that. David quit. You're killing me, bro. I wish to God I could. Reef and beef. He said that to me one time, and I'm like, wait a minute. Is that like surf and turf? That's how we say it over here, and I figured it out. But yeah, that sounds so damn good, bro. I mean, it really does. God. I used Cameo for personalized celebrity message. Oh, okay. I got you. Gotcha. I was wondering.
I have a question for you, David. If you want to answer, you don't have to. How far do you drive with your truck, love? Can I ask? As I mean, where do you go is what I'm asking.
Need coffee, guys. Jeez, we've been on here for a while today.
I know, you dirty stop out.
What'd you say?
I said, really? I said, I know, you dirty stop out.
What time did we start, guys?
After 3. Well, 3 my time. That's silly to say to you. After 3.
Right. I'm trying to think. It's 4 o'clock here now. So.
Well, yeah, it is.
It was about noon. So 4 hours almost. Yeah. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
See? Get to talking and good company. That's what happens.
But it's good. It's a good way to get to know each other.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. And I love it.
Oh, okay. Right. I know where that is, actually.
Bertha Derby. Did you guys figure out when you were talking that one day, are you guys close to each other or like way far away from each other?
Who?
You and David.
David and I. He's in Perth and I'm in Victoria. You know, kind of like you want to ask him to drive past Larrimah, that town in the Northern
okay.
Territory.
So it's a long distance. Okay, gotcha.
That was 40 hours driving.
Yes. Yeah, I was going to have you make a drive, David, and it's a 40-hour drive. I'm like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that.
He was sending you to only 430 kilometres short of Darwin, up past Catherine.
Yeah, that's crazy. Again, to me, I have no clue what the distance is over there. You know what I mean? So I was like, oh, okay.
That's all good. I'd have to to change it to, hang on, give me a sec.
You guys ever seen, well, Lisa, you and David may not have, but there's we're not too far from where I live at, from a place called Hershey, Pennsylvania. And they do like, the whole town is made out of chocolate and Hershey stuff. Okay.
Yep. Abby.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
Oh, excuse me for one moment, guys.
Sorry, guys. I'm just looking this up for him. Yeah, so it's 1,864 miles. That's all right, Pacific. You can be late. It's all good. (8:05 p.m. in the UK. But you're in Monday, aren't you, Linda? 8:05 p.m. Monday night. Oh, really? I didn't think the UK was that small. Yeah, it's Tuesday morning here, love. It is 7, just after 7 here. 11 minutes past 7 Tuesday morning.
It's still Monday here. Monday at 4:08 p.m.
Yeah, but it's 8:05 p.m. Monday night, where Linda is in the UK.
And Schmovie says it's Tuesday where she's at. This is so crazy. You can drive the whole length of the UK in one day? Really? Wow.
No, Smoothie's asking me if it's Tuesday here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I was going to
She
say.
went back to the future. That she did.
I was going to say.
Well, guys, I think nobody else seems to have many questions for us, at least today. That's fine. Guess we're going to bring it down to a close for today, this Monday. And I want to thank you guys all for being here.
So I'm 11 hours ahead of Linda.
Okay. And 15 ahead of me.
Yes.
And like...
we're not doing around the world. Come on.
A couple...
I'd have to use the computer for that.
A couple hours ahead of David. David's 12 hours ahead of me.
No.
And you're 3 ahead of him. So. Gotcha.
Am I ahead of you, David, or are you ahead of me?
It's 4:09 a.m. where he's at.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes, you're right. I'm ahead of him. I always get that back to front.
Right.
And Queensland's are now behind me because they don't have daylight savings.
All right, Mr. James, thank you, sir, for joining us today, brother. Get some sleep, get some rest, and I will see you soon, my friend.
Good night, David. Have a good sleep. Take care. Be safe on them roads. Oh, and your 3 So the distance in miles, right, from a rough estimate to Larimer, from rough estimate from Perth. Remember how I looked that up? So it's 1,864 miles.
Okay.
And that's a rough guess because I'm sure it was over 3,000 kilometres, but I just put it down as 3,000 kilometres. So that gives you a rough guess.
Oh, wait, it isn't 4 here. What the hell am I? Wait a minute, guys. It's 314 here. Sorry. My for whatever reason, my computer doesn't reset itself. I don't know why, but my phone.
Okay.
It's weird.
Yeah, that is weird that your computer doesn't, especially on the internet.
I don't know why. I think it's because it was. I had to. It was from where it came from. It had to be broken down and rechanged. And I don't know. It just I have to reset it all the time, but my phone does it. So yeah, it's 314 here.
And it's 4:13 a.m. where David is.
Yes. Molly. Where is that thing? I want you guys to see it real quick before we
Well,
go.
you don't do daylight savings either, David.
We just did that. We just went back. It should be 4:13 right now, but we went back an hour.
Yeah, so normally I'm only 2 hours ahead of David.
Right. Well, they're talking about getting rid of daylight savings altogether in the United States. They've been talking about it for a while, but
they've tried that here before too.
I don't think it's going to happen because it just would screw everybody up. Molly, you sent me that. Did you send me that logo via my email, Molly? Did my phone just die? Of course it did. No, it didn't. I need a nap, guys, or something like that. Was it via email or was it something else? Because I can't find nothing to save my life today, you guys. I'm a mess. Text. Okay, then that's why I'm looking in my email and I cannot find it. Damn it. Wake up, Dingo. Maybe I can show you guys through my phone. There. Yeah, there it is. This is kind of cool, guys. It reminds me almost of like The Sopranos or something. See if you guys see that.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that.
It is kind of neat. I like that. She's pretty good.
Yeah. I do like that.
They'd be make for a cool t-shirt on like just to have on the front.
Yeah.
You know? That is pretty cool. Thank you, Molly. I like the colors in it.
It is great, Molly.
Yeah, I think it looks good the way it is. I wouldn't change nothing about it, truthfully. I got some talented peeps in here. Molly and Holly. Holly and Molly. I'll make Holly and Molly my merchandising crew.
That's what I mean. See, you are all valuable.
Absolutely, everybody is. You guys are all
clever
very
you are.
Do what?
Look how clever you are, Molly.
She is. Her and Holly and I. Yeah, Holly said she tried out meatballs to see how they would look on shirts, and they just didn't come out right. So we'll have to figure something else out on that side of things, but we'll make it work. Daylight savings would upset Sleepy Joe's bitch. That's right.
I read that before.
Yeah, me and David have one agreeing thing, or what we agree very highly on our president at this time. He's a whole bunch of nothing, in my opinion, but whatever. Joe Biden is a joke, but whatever. So anyway, guys, once again, everybody, thank you so much for being here. It was an amazing stream as always because of you guys. Thank you for supporting me and Miss Lisa. Anybody that has donated to Miss Lisa, thank you so much, and to me as well. Thank you so very much for that, guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with us, conversing with us, your opinions, your theories on everything we talk about. We didn't do a lot of that today, but we will be back to it tomorrow. And if anybody does come up with any questions, write them down, save them for the next time we do the Q&A, and maybe we'll have a few more.
That's it.
David, have a great evening, or have a great day, my brother. I appreciate you being here once again. Get some rest, and we'll talk soon. I always get screwed up when I do that, but we love you, David. Ciao, Miss Holly. Have a great day. Once again, Lisa, thank you so much for being up here with me and enduring all of my everything and putting up with me. I appreciate that.
Thank you for having me up here, dear friend.
Yes, ma'am. I hope maybe you get some sleep, and maybe we'll talk later.
We will.
Sherry. Okay, all you moderators, as always. I don't know if you noticed, Lisa, but you are a moderator if you're in chat.
I did notice that.
I didn't notice. Oh, absolutely. Everybody, all the moderators, great job as always. Everybody else, thank you so much. And guys, do me a favor, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, because that's all we got, guys. You guys have a great, great, great rest of your day. I love you, and I will see you soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, yo.
Have a great day, Lisa.
You too, love. Take care.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah.